Naruto Altered History Chapter 10 The Awakening. The first thing that Shino noticed about the cave system they found themselves in after the absolute darkness that engulfed them was the foul stench. He wasn't what the cause for the stench was, all he knew was that it was inciting his Kakashi family to even greater levels of panic. Their sheer combined instincts were almost overwhelming him, despite his attempts at blocking such feelings. Shino was so lost in thought that the sudden snapping sound that filled the air made him jerk. Seconds later his eyes stung as a faint glow filled the air. That's better. Turning his head, he found Ino holding a glow stick looking as if she didn't know whether to be angry or relieved. Putting her aside for the moment, Shino turned his attention back to the cave. The walls appeared normal and there were a few miniature stalactites and stalagmites. It appeared normal enough, but he saw no immediate exit, which prompted him to regain his feet and begin moving about searching. The light of the glow stick only extended so far, but he was reasonably sure that he could find his way out. It would be risk to move too far away from Ino, which meant the best option would be to coax his Kakashi out. This proved impossible. The raw panic they felt overrode any commands he attempted, which meant he was in no better shape than Ino. He amended that, though quickly remembering that she at least had a sword. Without his family there wasn't much he could do. Just keeping the thousands of voices blocked off enough to allow him to function was giving him an intense headache and making it hard to think. Like what now? Shino remained silent for several long minutes and then turned back to face the girl. That was indeed a very good question. Obviously we begin to search for a way out. Since our original entrance is now blocked from us. But are we even sure there is another exit? Ino asked, climbing to her feet holding the glow stick high. I mean, like, aren't caves isolated? No, Shino answered, frowning, though she couldn't see that. In all honesty, he knew very little about caves, but what he did know was that they honestly didn't have many options. He was more than willing to concede that entering the cave was not a good idea. Oh, Ino responded before her jaw tightened. Then what are you standing there for? I was merely waiting for you, Shino responded, arching an eyebrow before turning back to the cave and the problem set before them. Shaking his head, Shino moved forward, pleased to see the light following him, which illuminated the far wall, where he discovered a narrow gap in the rock. Is that the way out? Ino asked anxiously from behind him, hovering just behind his shoulder. I am not sure, Shino answered, already thinking of how best to find out. If his family had been willing, he would have sent one of them, but they weren't, so he had to think of some other way to find out. Lowering his gaze, he spotted a rock just the right size, and something clicked in his head. Stooping, he selected the rock and then tossed it, listening intently. If the passage was a dead end, then it would hit the wall, but if it wasn't... Seconds later the sound of a rock clattering to the earth reached them. Well? Ino prompted impatiently. Shino remained silent, considering the various odds as best he could, and then nodded reluctantly. We have no other choice. That said, he turned sideways and squeezed into the gap, followed seconds later by a grumbling Ino. It was a strange sensation for Shino. He felt like was constantly in danger of being crushed, always in danger of his own panic adding to the panic of his Kakashi. He also noticed the gap was beginning to slope downward. It was slight, but it was definitely there. Down, down and down it went until finally it widened to a full-sized tunnel that allowed Shino and Ino to walk side by side. Finally, after what seemed like hours, the tunnel forked and they were forced to stop. Okay, so now what? Ino muttered, staring between the two separate tunnels before glaring at him. Well? Without exploring both tunnels, I cannot say for certain, Shino answered, studying both intently. Well, why not just whip out those bugs of yours up and get them to look? Ino snapped. I can't, Shino responded calmly, moving towards each tunnel, attempting to find the correct path. They are too caught up in their sheer panic. It is all I can do to keep their fear and panic from swamping myself. Damn it, Ino muttered, shooting him a nasty glare before pointing randomly at the tunnel on the left. Then we should go that way if you can't figure things out. Shino paused and then raised an eyebrow, curiously. Why that tunnel? Ino, snorting, pushed past him, leading the way. Your hair. It's moving to the right. So that means a breeze has to be coming from the left. Which denotes air, Shino supplied, following behind her, nodding to himself. Maybe he didn't have to worry so much. Ino wasn't sure how long they had been down there, hours maybe, but what she did know was that she hated it. She had several reasons to hate it too. First, she had a mild case of claustrophobia. Then of course there was the fact that they were beginning to run out of glow sticks and soldier pills. Added to this was the unknown stench that was filling the tunnels, and perhaps most importantly the discovery of cocooned forms glued to the walls. Every time she thought about that, Ino shivered, her imagination trying to relay what it would feel like to be so helpless and dying slowly. To know at first what was happening, to feel something drinking your fluids before your heart and lungs finally gave out. To make matters worse, Ino's imagination kept picturing Naruto going through the same thing, which was enough to sicken her completely. Glancing at Shino, Ino studied him intently, wondering how he was holding up. After they had discovered those cocooned bodies, it had taken a firm shove from Ino to get him moving again. It was almost like the longer they were in the tunnels, the worse the panic became for him, not that she could tell from his expressions or body language. If she wasn't sharp and careful, Shino would freeze and get them killed, and not for the first time Ino wished that it had been Shino that had died and not Naruto. She had seen how he reacted to these things. Naruto hadn't been intimidated at all, and best of all, he would talk to her to keep the silence from overwhelming them. Shaking her head, Ino shifted her attention away from Shino to study the pale light as it danced along the wall. The silence and feeling of dread were slowly growing until it was so thick that Ino actually began to think that this was some kind of hell. Maybe it was a punishment for her misdeeds or a wasted life. It was enough that it made her want to scream. Just as her mouth opened and she prepared to do just that, they reached the tunnel and entered into a circular chamber where a dozen or more intersecting tunnels waited. Ino cursed under her breath, staring at each one, and then wondered which one they should take. Hell, how could she know? They weren't even able to use any of Shino's bugs to search the tunnels. Turning, she started to question the boy, only to find him glaring at something, his shoulder tense. If she didn't know better, she would have sworn he was in an argument with someone, but there was no one around to argue with. Had he finally snapped and was now plotting her death? Then suddenly his body relaxed and he turned his head to watch something move away and down one of the tunnels. Air. Shino, you okay? Ino asked, hesitantly resisting the urge to pull her sword in case he turned on her. I'm fine. Well, like it looked like you were arguing with someone. I was. Shino turned to stare at her from behind those sunglasses, which she found creepy and weird. I had to shout at my family, but Chi-Chi-chan agreed to check the tunnels for us. You mean? You got one of your bugs to go look? Ino said, blinking. Like, aren't they terrified or something? Yes. Which is why I could only get one of them to do this for me, Shino said, before crouching down. It will take a while. There are 12 tunnels and only one of her. Ino shifted her weight uneasily, knowing that she had no choice but to wait and see what happened. Turning her mind away from the weight, Ino attempted to muse about Sasuke. This, however, seemed pointless. Did it really matter what he was doing while she was trapped in these tunnels among deadly spiders with an almost useless teammate? Ino knew the answer, but she thought about him anyway. It kept her busy. When Chi-Chi returned, Ino stirred long enough to ask if it was time to move, then receiving a negative answer, she returned to thinking about the dark-haired boy that she had been crushing on since the first time she saw him. Ino honestly wasn't sure what it was, that silence or his aloofness. Maybe it was his looks or those dark eyes. She was still trying to figure out the source of her crush a few minutes later when an odd sound reached her. It echoed in the small section of tunnels. It was startling and it was horrible. A venomous hiss, followed by the sound of something large moving through the tunnel they had just came out of. Glancing briefly at a suddenly on guard Shino, Ino gulped and then turned her attention back to the tunnel, waiting for whatever was following them. Almost absently, Ino reached over her shoulder and pulled her sword, hissing, from its sheath. Grasping it like the Hei Bunshin had trained her, Ino assumed the best stance she could, preparing to use the weapon. The sounds were getting closer and Ino strained to see past the glow stick's light but could see nothing but darkness. The sound suddenly faded and Ino tensed, uncertain of what to do. Ino-san, Chichi-chan says she found a tunnel that leads to something important. Ino hesitated, unwilling even to look away from the tunnel behind them. Shifting her weight and grip, she responded with an urgency she didn't bother hiding. Is it a way out? She is not saying, however, it is a possibility, Shino admitted. Ino set her jaw anxiously before she nodded and turned, heading for the tunnel Shino indicated. It was narrower than any of the other tunnels she had been in, so narrow that it was actually amazing she could still breathe. Not that breathing was a pleasant task, the air was stagnant and even richer with the mysterious stench. It was only through sheer force of will that she kept moving and kept Shino moving with her. It took several minutes, or was it hours, for Ino to realize that the tunnel was beginning to slope upwards. She just prayed it kept doing so. Up meant they were approaching the surface and possibly another exit. She was banking on that. She had only 2 soldier pills left and she didn't want to have to use them before they escaped. Then, just as the glow stick faded out, she stumbled out of the tunnel and crashed painfully into something solid. Damn it! Ino hissed, then paused, listening to her voice echo. Blinking, she quickly fumbled through her hip pouch and grasped her last glow stick. Snapping the plastic tube, she shook the contents, replacing the darkness with a dim light that vaguely hinted at how vast the cavern she was standing in was. Turning her attention back to what she had smashed into, she discovered a column of rock. Cursing to herself, she turned away to see what her teammate was doing. Shino, amazingly enough, had lit his own glow stick and was busy moving through the cavern as if searching for something. Hey, like you shouldn't be wasting that, Ino hissed, moving over to join him, thus increasing his light. The boy ignored her and she had opened her mouth to say something else when she noticed Shino kneeling beside an oblong white shape. Is that what I think it is? Ino asked, disgust leaking into her voice. This one seems dead, Shino said after a moment, and then he turned his head, staring at something else that their combined glow sticks only barely revealed. So that is what she found. What? Ino asked, looking in the same direction, but only saw the edge of another cocoon. Shino, however, seemed to be ignoring her once more as he hurried over to it, kneeling yet again. Chichi-chan said that the tunnel led to something important, Shino explained as he studied the object intently. I believe I have found what she meant. What the hell are you? Ino paused, however, watching with wide eyes as Shino sliced through the white material with a kunai to reveal Naruto's face. He looked pale, his lips were even turning blue. Shaking herself out of the shock, she felt Ino leveled a glare at Shino, wondering why the boy had wanted to find Naruto's body. It wasn't as if they could carry it out of there. Then Ino blanched when Shino reached out to touch the boy's flesh. What the hell is wrong with you? You shouldn't be touching a dead body. He isn't dead, Shino responded calmly, hand moving to the blonde's throat. Chichi-chan says that she smelt his chakra, and chakra can't exist in a dead body. He's alive? Ino blinked, suddenly kneeling beside Shino. Her mind was reeling at this development. She would have sworn that he was dead, after all that spider had dragged him underground. Yes. Barely, but he's alive, Shino answered, using his kunai to slice at the rest of the webbing as he continued talking. Obviously he has been poisoned. I think, however, that he was captured. Captured? Shino nodded, setting back slightly. Yes. The ninja controlling these spiders obviously wanted to understand his enemies better. So the spiders captured Naruto, poisoning him so that they didn't have to keep a constant eye on him. So that means they'll be back, Ino guessed, glaring at Shino. What now? We can't drag him around with us. I know, was all the boy said. Well? Ino suddenly snapped, her temper rising with each minute the boy was silent. It wasn't that she didn't like knowing Naruto was alive, or even that she didn't want to take him with her, but right now she was staring at the risk of losing her own life. I could see if my Kakachu would be willing to draw the poison out of him, Shino finally suggested, a note of uncertainty in his voice. I am not sure how that would work, however. My father explained the basics only once. Well, we can't just leave him here now, Ino said, a hint of her exhaustion finding its way into her voice. That scared her. She was going to collapse soon, and those soldier pills were only going to make it worse. I know, Shino said after a moment, which was followed by a more pronounced silence, before he released his own breath. My Kakachu are no longer listening to me. I can't even shout them down so that they can hear my voice. Then what the hell are we supposed to do? Ino snapped, glaring at Shino, and then looking at Naruto. She was trying to think of anything to fix this mess. Nothing was coming to mind, however. All they had were 3 soldier pills, her sword, and whatever other small weapons they still had. Ino-san, can you bring your light closer, please? Shino suddenly asked, and Ino grumbling did as asked, glaring at the boy. Shino merely focused on Naruto for several minutes, and then leaned back as if deep in thought about something. Ino ignored the gray-clad boy and turned her attention back to Naruto, surprised at what she found. His skin appeared to be regaining its color and his lips were no longer blue. Is the poison wearing off? It would appear so, Shino said softly. Ino remained silent, staring at the boy, and then remembering where she was, she glanced around anxiously. They needed to move. There was no telling when those spiders would come to repoison the blonde. Still, it was rather obvious that Shino wasn't about to leave the boy, so Ino left her glow stick next to him and retreated ever so slightly to keep an eye out for spiders. It felt like she stood there for hours waiting for an attack that would never come. As a matter of fact, she was so intent on this imaginary attack that when Shino told her that Naruto was coming around, she yelped and jumped. Recovering, Ino quickly moved to stare down at the blonde, watching as Naruto's face twitched and shuddered. Finally his eyes opened halfway, and he stared up at them for several minutes in silence. Unnerved, Ino shifted her weight and froze, noticing the way his eyes flickered toward her. The look on his face was perplexed, almost as if he wasn't sure if he was awake or not. Am I in heaven? Naruto finally managed to croak, his eyes never leaving her face. No, Shino answered, stoic as ever. Is this hell? Naruto asked after a moment, continuing to stare at her, making Ino very self-conscious. Not quite. Shino answered, leaning back slightly. Oh, Naruto whispered before nodding his gaze, finally leaving Ino to settle instead on Shino. Then tell the pretty Kami to go away, please. That said, the blonde promptly passed out. That was odd, Shino said after a moment, his tone obviously confused. Ino nodded in silent agreement, but she felt herself blushing with the knowledge that he had been referring to her. Shino had never considered how troublesome carrying Naruto would be. After all, the boy had to weigh less than he, however that did nothing to change the dead weight factor. The reason he was carrying the boy was really quite simple. Any time they stopped for a short break at Ino's insistence, the blonde would fall asleep only to complain loudly when they woke him up. To make matters worse, Naruto was constantly wandering off in a daze. After a while, both Shino and Ino agreed that he should be carried so that he could sleep off whatever poison was still affecting him. It had been Shino's idea really, and for some reason Ino declared that meant that Shino had to carry him. Since Shino was not about to leave Naruto behind, he honestly didn't have much in the way of choices. However, the worst part to Shino was the utter silence in his head. His family had apparently gone so far over the bend that they had cut themselves off from him. Of course, while this could have been good news since he didn't have to constantly concentrate on blocking their panic, Shino still couldn't concentrate. He was used to the presence of his family, and without it he was constantly distracted and unsteady on his feet. So okay, I'm starting to wonder about these tunnels, Ino said, speaking for the first time since they had decided which tunnel to take a half hour ago. Wonder what? Shino asked, distractedly wondering if it was just him or if the light of his glow stick was growing brighter. Duh. Ino snorted, glancing over her shoulder. We have to have been down here like a totally long time, right? I'm starting to wonder if they actually lead to a way out or not. We are going up, Shino explained patiently. It is only a matter of time before we find a way out. I'm sure, Ino muttered, turning away to continue her silent trek along the tunnel. Shino shrugged her comment off, studying the glow stick intently. The light was definitely getting brighter, but there was no wind. That was strange to say the least. Even in the tunnels there was the occasional breeze. If there was light, there should have definitely been one. which meant they were approaching another cavern, one that had a light source. Like, is it me, or is the tunnel getting brighter? Ino suddenly asked, but Shino merely shrugged Naruto off his shoulders and hurried past her. Hey, what's wrong with you? Yes. It is indeed growing brighter, Shino said over his shoulder and then pushed her to the back of his mind as he crept forward. Maybe it was just the lack of his family, or maybe he was just anxious, but Shino couldn't trust this tunnel so blindly. Reaching the end of the tunnel, he froze, staring out over a vast cavern from 10 feet above the floor. Even with his sunglasses, Shino winced, not because the torches were bright but because he had grown so used to the glow sticks. As his eyes adjusted, he saw large dark blobs. Eventually they became vague shapes, and finally he could make out minor details. It took him a moment to realize that what he was staring at were roughly a dozen spiders moving around in the cavern, talking in an odd language. Or at least he thought it was a cavern until he turned his attention to the smooth walls where flickering torches resided and the equally smooth floor, which revealed that it was a man-made chamber. Frowning, he turned his attention once more to the spiders, and finally allowing them to settle on a tall hooded figure standing near an opening where a set of rough-hewn stairs seemed to reside. Shino could see nothing of the man's face, nor any marks that revealed what village this man was from. Not that it mattered, since obviously, this man had to be the ninja controlling the spiders. Looking around once more for anything he missed, he paused, noticing a familiar figure kneeling between two spiders. Frowning, Shino carefully retreated back the way he came, and thankfully he didn't have to go far before he ran into Ino once more. The girl was grumbling, almost bowed beneath the weight of the unconscious Naruto. Seeing the way her eyes narrowed in accusation, he held a hand up, speaking quickly before she could. I believe the way out is ahead, but I am not certain. Could you use your clan's ability? Huh? Ino blinked, her anger temporarily forgotten as she eased Naruto off her shoulders. Well, I could, but you know, I'm not psychic, right? I mean, I'd have to have somebody's head to peek into, and I'm not sure I can try that on a spider. Shino nodded, reaching out to help her. I understand. Joji-san has been captured, so perhaps he would make the ideal target. Shouldn't we, try to rescue him? Ino asked, glancing at him curiously. Shino, however, shook his head, knowing the truth more easily than she did. Even if Naruto were healthy, we would be unable to rescue him. However, if we can escape before he is murdered, we may be able to contact someone who can. But to do that I have to peek into his head, Ino said sourly, before straightening up to head toward the entrance. Oh, and Shino? Pausing, the girl turned back, a frighteningly sweet smile on her face. If you ever make me carry him again, I'm going to get the biggest damn can of insecticide I can find. That said, the girl turned and started walking. Unnerved slightly, Shino remained where he was, unsure if he should stay with Naruto or join Ino in case she needed help. If his family had still been talking, it wouldn't have taken him longer than few seconds to decide, but since they weren't, it took him several minutes before he finally hurried after Ino. He had just caught up to her and was preparing to say something when he saw something that would have sent every bug in his body into a horrified stupor if they weren't already there. It was a spider, or at least the lower portion of it was a spider. It had 8 massive legs and a body of gray. The way it moved denoted advanced age. But what truly terrified him was the rest of the spider, which from the waist up was an old woman's body, and it looked every inch like the ideal grandmother. Her voice was soft, unclear, but it was obvious that she was speaking to the ninja who spoke for her. Uzumaki bids you welcome, Joji-san. It has been centuries since the last Minamoto entered this hallowed den. Joji struggled at that, and the mysterious ninja's tone became slightly mocking. What? Has Minamoto Yakanatama no Joji, the last surviving member of the Minamoto clan, lost his manners? The other spiders made clicking sounds as if laughing, but the mysterious ninja was quiet, listening to Raidu as she spoke once more. Nodding, the man reached out and ripped something, probably a gag, Shino guessed, from Joji's mouth. This act was followed by the headman's loud, indignant voice. How dare you? I am Minamoto. You have no right to drag me here and treat me like some sort of animal. Raidu obviously said something which the mysterious ninja nodded in agreement with. Raidusama says you are from the clan that betrayed us. Your clan summoned us to the world in this foul shape to build their power, and then, when fear grew, your clan attempted to seal us away. We have waited centuries and then you freed us. For that we would thank you. Thank me? Joji interrupted furiously. She had me dragged out of my house in the middle of the night and gagged with webbing to thank me. Do not interrupt, Raidusama, the mysterious ninja said threateningly. She has suffered your continued life only because of the service you performed in freeing her. Well then, what the hell does she want? The mysterious ninja raised a hand palm up, speaking calmly as ever. As I was saying, for freeing her, she would thank you. For allowing her to feed so that she could bring forth her children once more, she would thank you. However, you have brought ninja into our world and this has caused the deaths of her children. That wasn't my fault. Joji shouted angrily. How was I supposed to know that stupid Jonin would have those masked men following him? Regardless, the mysterious ninja said, waving a hand dismissively. It is still your responsibility, and as such you must restore to her the chi she had lost with the death of those children. What? Joji shouted before suddenly going slack in the grasp of the spiders holding him. Shino blinked, wondering if the man had died, then remembering Ino, he glanced over at her. Her body was stretched out as if she had lain down to take a nap, and he wondered about that for a split second before he realized what she had done. Mastering his body, he scooped her up and quietly slipped back into the tunnel. It would be safer, and besides, his family's silence was starting to chew at his mind. As a matter of fact, he nearly forgot what he was doing several times on the trip back to where Naruto was resting. He did make it though, and setting Ino down gently, Shino paused, wondering what to do now. It was getting harder and harder to concentrate. He just prayed it wouldn't get them all killed. Shaking his head, he settled down to wait, only to jerk at the sound of a shrieking wail that echoed from the end of the tunnel. Realizing that had to be Joji, he quickly turned to face Ino, worried that she might have not made it out of the body in time. This proved a needless worry as her eyelids fluttered open, her face twisting into a grimace. Are you okay? Ino met his gaze. It was unsettling to say the least, but she quickly looked away, her voice trembling. You were right, that opening is an exit. Is it guarded? Shino asked after a moment. By more than just the ninja and spiders we saw? Yes, Ino graded out. 5 spiders. I see, Shino replied before falling silent. He struggled with the various questions that were now facing him. Spiders that actually were demons, an exit that was heavily guarded, a mysterious ninja. So now what? Ino finally asked, and Shino looked up, seeing the way she kept her face set in a scowl. Obviously we have to slip past those spiders and that ninja down there. Possibly if we could defeat the ninja, then we would have an easier time. Right, but like, how do we do that exactly? You know, since he's not really in control of those things. I don't know, Shino admitted, his voice growing slightly brittle. My Kakechu are not talking. Without them I can't concentrate. I doubt I can fight in this condition. Well then, what are we supposed to do? Ino demanded heatedly. I can't fight those damn things even with this sword. Shino nodded, an idea tugging at the edges of his mind. He lowered his head, trying to bring it into focus, which took several long minutes, and then he realized what he had been trying to think of. Remember what Hayate-sensei told us before we left Konoha? Each of us has a strength. Mine was strategy. Okay, but that still doesn't tell me how Ino-san would be tactics, Shino said, before glancing at Naruto. He is our tactician, so he will have to tell us how best to carry out my strategy of slipping out unnoticed. But he's unconscious. Ino hissed. Plus, even when Naruto-kun is awake, he's useless. True, Shino allowed, raising an eyebrow, noting the way she had referred to him. Ino was silent for several long minutes, and then sighed, turning to the blonde in question. We don't have a choice, do we? No. Fine, Ino grumbled, and then hauling back, she slapped him upside the head with enough power to knock the blonde over with a thump. Free ramen. Ouch. Naruto rubbed at his head, muttering curses under his breath. It was bad enough that she had smacked him, but the biggest crime was that she had taunted him with free ramen. Lowering his hand, he blinked, wondering if Ino ever needed to breathe, mainly because she was still talking and wasn't showing any signs of stopping. Keeping his silence, Naruto wondered if maybe he could go back to sleep without her noticing. No, that would only get her to hit him again. "Are you even listening to me?" Ino suddenly hissed, startling him. Yeah. Naruto said, knowing the next question and wondering what exactly she had been saying. "Then what did I just say?" "Air. Something about spiders us being trapped," Naruto answered, racking his mind for more information. Lacking exact details, he gave her a hopeful smile. "Oh, and something about an old lady and a ninja." "For sweet," Ino grumbled before jabbing a finger into his chest. "Listen, okay? We are in a spider's den miles underground, nearly out of weapons, and the mother of all spiders is blocking the way. Shino says that we have to beat that ninja if we ever want to escape, and of course he can't fight due to his connection to those bugs of his." Naruto blinked, staring at her, and then shrugged. "Okay, and what do you want me to do?" "Figure out how we're supposed to beat that ninja and escape, duh." Ino hissed dangerously. Naruto blinked, staring at her. For a moment there she had sounded like a snake, which was funny because he hadn't heard too many of them. Then, seeing the way she was glaring at him, he scratched the side of his head, unable to fully grasp why they needed him for this. "Well?" Ino hissed once more after several minutes. "I'm thinking, okay?" Naruto snapped back, and then, while Ino mumbled, he focused on what she had told him. Okay, so they were trapped by giant spiders and a ninja. So what did he remember about Kumoiki? Frowning, Naruto tried to remember all the stories he had ever heard when he had still been living in an orphanage. Were they the ones that ate corpses? No, those were the Jikaniki. Well, what about? No, those were the Yara Ma Yhe who? Were they the ones that liked to live in mountains and hunt children? No, those were the Tengu. Ugh. Naruto suddenly said, clutching at the sides of his head. Why couldn't he remember the stories about the Kumoiki? This meant he had bugged those bastards in the orphanage to tell him all those stories for nothing. If he couldn't remember how to beat the damned things, then what was he going to do? Then he remembered something Anko had told him back when they had first started training: you think outside of the box. Keep it up. That seemed to jumpstart his prankster streak, and suddenly he was creating a half-dozen ideas. Naruto-san, please hurry up, Shino said evenly. Gathering his strength, he used his hands to get to his knees, and pushed, lifting himself upright before he looked at both Shino and Ino, grinning. I have an idea. Great, Ino grumbled, climbing to her feet as well. So are you going to tell us? It's a surprise, Naruto said, grinning just a little bit larger. Kami, please don't tell me your brilliant plan is counting to 3, Ino muttered. Hey. Just trust me, okay? Naruto demanded, his grin fading as he fixed his gaze on her. Fine. Ino grumbled. Just try not to get us killed. There's a sale in Konoha I want to go to. Grinning once more, Naruto held up a scroll. Ino eyed the scroll she was holding suspiciously, then glanced at Naruto, who was busy creating a small group of Kage Bunshin closer to the entrance. What the hell did he have going on in that twisted little mind of his? She couldn't even guess. A what you see is what you get scroll and an army of Kage Bunshin just didn't add up to a good idea that she could see. Shaking her head, she studied the scroll once more, wondering what the scroll would do. Then she looked over at Shino, who was standing close by, looking slightly lost. That was another thing that was preying on her mind. Could he really function well enough to stay with her? Yet no matter how many times she asked Naruto, he would never tell her his plan. All he ever told her was to open the scroll and head for the exit when it was time. Time for what? Ino wondered before sighing. She would just have to leave it to Naruto. After all, unclear or not, it was the only chance they had. Taking a breath, she closed her eyes and then opened them, watching as Naruto finished talking with his clones before hurrying down the tunnel to her. You ready? He was grinning again, half prankster and half cocky. Ino wondered how he could manage that, since she felt completely overwhelmed. Naruto-san, you do have a plan, right? Shino asked carefully. Yup. Naruto nodded seriously before glancing at the clones and then back at them, his grin growing. Trying to not get us killed. Ino stared at him and then groaned. Naruto took this as a sign that she was ready and turned rushing to his clones. Let's kick some ass. Then all the clones let out a roar and turned charging to the end of the tunnel where they suddenly jumped, firing off kunai that exploded. Ino blinked, listened to the sound of chaos, and then grabbed Shino's hand and took off running as well, dropping to the floor. She took a moment to study the cavern, taking in the chaos raging all around them and the various chunks of rock that were falling. So this was his plan? Ino-san. Maybe we should open the scroll now, Shino said softly. Blinking, Ino did just that, surprised at the slight shimmering of the air around them, then even more surprised as a spider that rushed past her completely ignored them. Turning, she opened her mouth to say something to Shino, only to freeze, finding herself facing a spider. Her brief moment of panic was quickly replaced by the realization that Naruto had used the scroll to henge them both into spiders. Suddenly Ino understood what Naruto was doing. In all of this chaos and destruction, none of the spiders would notice 2 extra spiders. Which meant the ninja wouldn't notice, meaning they could escape unnoticed. It was brilliant. A sudden nearby explosion jolted her back to what was going on, and she took off, trying to act as much like a panicking spider as possible. It was hard to keep the other spiders from crashing into her and the Kage Bunshin from attacking her, plus she kept checking on Shino to make sure he was following her. Thankfully Shino seemed to be holding up well enough, or at least his henge hadn't crumbled and he was keeping pace with her. Still, it seemed to take forever to get near that exit, mostly due to chunks of the ceiling falling all around them, but they were getting there. Slowing suddenly, Ino dodged a spider hurrying in front of her, which allowed Shino to pull ahead. Hurrying to catch up, Ino prayed that nothing happened to put them in real jeopardy. That was when she was forced to stop once more as Shino collided with another spider. Ino glanced at the exit. It would be so easy to just keep going and leave him, but could she do that? Cursing, she allowed her own henge to crumble and rushed forward, grasping Shino and yanking him up as the spider he had crashed into was rushing at them. Ino felt a tremor of fear race through her, and then something else took over, prompting her to perform 3 unexpected feats. First, she channeled chakra into her legs for a boost as she jumped, pulling Shino with her. Second, Ino twisted in the air until she was vertical and unsheathed the sword while channeling chakra into it so that the blade sliced through the monster like it was butter. Then, to complete the amazing feat, she landed adroitly with a now recovered Shino. Ino paused for a split second, staring at the sword in awe, and then took off as Shino yanked on her hand. The rough-hewn stairs of the tunnel rose steeply, and with every stride they climbed higher along the torch-lit stairway. Ino didn't even want to think about who had created them. All that mattered was that none of those spiders were chasing them. Maybe you're not such an idiot after all, Ino said to Naruto, glancing behind her only to find the blonde nowhere in sight. Suddenly the one flaw she had never noticed in the plan hit her. Where was he? He should have been right behind them, or at least a few minutes, but she didn't feel like he was. Then she heard what sounded like someone rushing up at them. So the idiot had fallen further behind than expected. Naruto, are you like? As she was cut off, however, as the sound grew closer and suddenly revealed a large spider, its fangs gleaming in the torchlight. It was an instinct that did it, or at least Ino thought it was instinct. One moment her sword had been at her side, and the next it was plunging through the monster's head. It let out an almost deafening screech and tumbled backwards into the darkness. Ino stood transfixed for a moment, staring after it, then looked at the sword. She was broken out of her surprise when Shino jerked on her arm, dragging her further up the stairs. We need to keep moving. What about Naru? Ino started to protest, only to have Shino cut her off. I do not know. But he is stronger than either of us. Maybe he is trying to buy us time. Ino didn't believe that, but kept her peace, feeling like a coward the entire time. He wouldn't have left either of them behind, but then again, he had told them to flee, and maybe Shino was right. Maybe he was right behind them, but he was just taking his time to let them escape first. Those thoughts didn't stay for long since her body was starting to finally completely rebel against her. This was the onset of chakra exhaustion. Iruka had explained it to them often enough, and it was only because of Shino that she was even still moving. Her vision was beginning to darken, her air coming in harsh rasps. Her mind starting to slip. Then suddenly she collapsed, making a soft oomph sound. It took her a moment to realize that she was lying on soft grass and could feel a cool breeze washing over her. They had made it? Yes. She tried to get up, but her body refused and her lungs felt like they were filled with water. Eyes fluttering, she drifted on the edge of unconsciousness for what felt like an eternity before she felt energy flooding through her once more. After several minutes she coughed and opened her eyes to stare up at the person kneeling over her. He was dressed in armor, a sword jutting out over his shoulder and a white animal mask covering his face. Ino allowed her eyes to dart from that mask to his outfit before spotting the emblazoned Konoha symbol on his armor. Who are you? Umbu. A protector of Konoha and Fire Country, the man said, his hand still glowing faintly. You are lucky that Height-senpai found my team. Why? How? Ino stuttered, watching as the man turned to face someone else before looking back at her. That is not important right now. Right now I need to know what exactly happened. What about Height-sensei? Ino asked thickly, her thoughts jumbling now. He is fine. The village has been secured and he's resting well, the man answered her calmly. Now tell me what happened. Ino coughed, head swimming, and she began to tell him everything she could remember: the mission, the time spent underground, and then finally what she had overheard when she was searching Joji's mind. Falling silent, she stared up at him, feeling as if she was forgetting something, but it was so hard to remember. We need to take them back to the village. For some reason that phrase triggered her memory, and Ino grabbed the clothes of the Umbu that had healed her, jerking his attention back to her. Naruto. The man paused, then nodded. You need to rest. But Ino started to protest, only to have the man calmly reach out and touch her neck softly. Then suddenly her entire world went black. Watching as the last of the Kage Bunshin disappeared, Naruto cursed to himself, thankful that he could still manage the Meisai Gakur. The spiders had sealed both exits, they knew he was still there, and he was the one they wanted. Crouching down against a chunk of rock that had been blasted free from the wall, he concentrated on his breath. As long as he didn't do anything stupid and remembered what Anko had taught him, he might survive long enough to figure out a solution to this new problem. He just thanked the kami that he was so used to holding still until he figured out his next move. That didn't mean it was easy. He could try to henge into a spider, but with how iffy that was at times, he didn't want to try. Leaning against the rock, he closed his eyes, wondering what he was going to do, only to wince as he felt a sharp jab in the small of his back. Sitting forward, he turned to see what had poked him, and as he remembered a lesson from Anko, he started to grin. Grasping the rock, he applied all of his weight, snapping the jagged point off. This of course alerted every Kumo Iki to where he was, and they started swarming toward him. Cursing, Naruto glanced around to spot the ninja who was staring impassively in his direction. Well, if he could only kill one thing, why not the damn ninja? That decided, he rushed toward the man, noting his plain face even as he allowed his Meisai Gakur crumble. He dodged 3 spiders, and closing rapidly used the Hebe style to push off the ground while the makeshift rock knife arched up at the nin's chest. Just when Naruto swore that the blow was going to hit home, the man snapped his hand out and grabbed his wrist, twisting painfully. The rock knife clattered out of his hand and Naruto grunted before lashing out with a kick to the nin's solar plexus. The mysterious meme released Naruto's wrist, inhaling sharply. Landing in a crouch, Naruto growled and then launched into another attack, only to have it dodged and countered with a jab to Naruto's face. The force of the blow sent Naruto somersaulting backwards before he smacked painfully into the rock wall of the cavern and collapsed to his hands and knees. His back throbbing, Naruto gasped in pain, raging at how the man seemed to be reading everything he did. It was like this guy had 1,000 eyes or something. Pushing himself up, Naruto charged forward, pushing off in one way on to change directions in mid-move, driving his punch into the man's chin, snapping his head back. Naruto didn't hesitate for an instant and grabbed the man's shoulder and yanked it down with all of his strength, forcing the man's face into his rising knee. The man stumbled back dazed, and Naruto plunged ahead heedless of the lack of damage. Leaping, Naruto delivered a hard front kick to the man's chest, forcing the man to stagger once more before smiling bemusedly. Naruto of course remained oblivious to this and just continued attacking, his attacks landing but resulting in no visible results. Landing after his latest barrage, Naruto stared up at the ninja, who was still smiling in a bemused fashion. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto prepared for yet another attack when he was forcibly reminded of the spiders. Seconds after the webbing had slammed into him, followed by 2 spiders, he was yanked into a kneeling position before the mysterious ninja. "You are a very strange child," the ninja remarked. "Screw you," Naruto shouted in response, struggling against the webbing. "Raidusama says that your chi is quite impressive. She will be honored to receive your gift," the ninja said, as if Naruto hadn't spoken at all. "What gift?" "Your chi, of course," the ninja explained calmly. "Yes, I agree with Raidusama, your chi should be quite delicious." "Say wa?" Naruto shouted, struggling at that. He didn't know what chi was, but he understood that she was talking about eating him, and he really didn't want to be eaten. Raidusama must have chi, otherwise she cannot give birth to her family. Joji-san did not provide nearly enough to quench her hunger. You however should do quite well. The ninja sounded pleased. It will be nice to have true brothers and sisters again. What the hell are you talking about? She's just a damn spider, Naruto shouted, only to have the ninja slap his cheek hard. Wincing, Naruto stared up defiantly at the ninja. "Do not dare to speak," the ninja shouted angrily. "Raidusama is an ancient and powerful demon, my beloved mother. She has killed men twice your size and devoured entire villages before you were born. She has terrorized the dreams of children for generations, and the form she wears now is nothing compared to her true horrible beauty." "Okay, I get it. She's evil," Naruto said, snorting. "Still a damn spider." "You insolent," the ninja shouted, hand rising as he prepared to strike once more, when suddenly he paused, as if listening to a voice. Arm lowering, he nodded, turning toward a dark section of the cavern. "Please, mother, show him your true glory." Naruto watched as the figure came slowly out of the shadows. Her face was nearly perfect, with lovely green eyes and rich black hair. Then he saw the rest of her. His mind reeled, staring at those 8 legs and the body. It made a mockery of her beauty. He was so distracted that he completely forgot about struggling, just watched as she strode toward him with 8 sharp taps with each step. "Behold Raidusama, mother of all spiders. The greatest demon in the land," the ninja said, fiercely glaring at Naruto. "She who has brought greatness to some and death to others. She who shall give birth to another brood, a true brood." Naruto stared up at the Kumo-iki as she came to a stop near the ninja, and when she spoke her voice was brittle and unnatural. "I thank you, most brave warrior. Your chi shall restore mind strength completely, and Monkut shall know his family once more." Naruto opened his mouth to scream, but Raidu struck like lightning, her legs lifting him up effortlessly. He thrashed uselessly before crying out as she bit into his neck. A white-hot searing pain raced through him, eradicating nearly every thought in his head. It seemed to go on forever, torturing him as he died. His vision was beginning to darken. As the searing pain began to fade and his mind slid into silence, he felt a warmth spreading through him. It was so strange, like he was dreaming as he died. He thrashed once or twice, his mind focusing briefly on fighting back, but ultimately his mind went dark and all that was left was that consuming heat. Then a part of him shifted, as if it was stirring from a deep slumber. It was malevolent and rage personified. It was evil, and it roared. And something inside Naruto awoke. "Geez, why do we have to go back?" one of 2 white-masked, black-garbed men complained. "Probably because you went and said he was probably dead," his companion said blandly. "Hey. You agreed with me, though, Hiroko." Hiroko grunted in response, speeding up slightly. Hiroko, unlike his teammate Makoto, knew exactly why they had been sent back. It was actually almost obvious. At least it would be if Makoto paid attention to things. After all, this Naruto was Mitarashi Anko's pet project. So of course at the first hint of Naruto being alive, their captain would send them out to retrieve the boy. The only real question in Hiroko's mind was if the blonde was still alive or not. Considering what this genin team had been fighting, he doubted it. After all, it was obvious that Kumo-iki, if they really were those creatures, were well beyond genin. "Hiroko, hey, slow down will you?" Makoto shouted, speeding up to matching his pace once more. "You should train more," Hiroko remarked tiredly. "Or take up teaching." "Hey, stop taking it out on me, okay?" Makoto snapped, falling silent for a minute before speaking again. "Do you think that girl was really telling the truth? That these are Kumo-iki?" "I don't know," Hiroko said, shrugging. "I know that the few we fought felt different than those giant spiders in the Forest of Death. So maybe they are what all those old stories based the Kumo-iki on. Either way, these genin did very well in surviving inside their den." "Yeah, I can see why Hayate-senpai is wanting to enter them in the Chunin exam," Makoto said. "Though if he is dead, then they'll be one man short again." "And a sensei," Hiroko said with dark humor. "Remember, this Naruto is really Anko-senpai's student. I imagine she'll be upset if he's dead." "Oh yeah," Makoto sighed, shaking his head. "I had forgotten that. But if he's alive," Hiroko said, taking the lead once more. "I can't wait to see him fight Itachi-san's brother." "Hey. That's right. That fight should be awesome," Makoto said, brightening as well. "I'll put 20 Ryu on him." "Naruto or Sasuke?" Makoto mused as they finally cleared the trees and landed in the same clearing that they had arrived in about 6 hours ago. "Naruto. Again, if he survived." "Okay, I'll take the bet," Hiroko said, scanning the area carefully. "I doubt Itachi-san will let his brother be that poorly trained." But Anko-senpai is going to really push him." Makoto responded, slipping his Kusarigama from its pouch and nodding at the entrance that was almost hidden in the rock face. "I'll go first, ne?" "Yeah," Hiroko agreed, slipping his sai from their holsters, carefully following his teammate into the entrance. He was put off slightly by the odd feeling he was getting the further they went into this darkening tunnel. Hiroko quickly lost sense of time. The further they went, the more it felt like it was never going to end. "Hey, this is strange," Makoto said, crouching down to check on something. "What is it?" "Blood," Makoto said, his tone dubious. "At least I think it is. Looks a bit green." Remember that girl claimed she stabbed one of them," Hiroko said, shaking his head, studying the liquid as well, happy that for once their masks actually worked like they were supposed to, allowing them to see in the dark. "HN. Here, I thought she was just trying to impress us," Makoto muttered, before continuing downward, both being very careful not to make a sound. Finally, after what felt like hours, they came to the semi-hidden entrance, and with speed only granted to Umbu, they darted inside expecting a fight. "Sweet Kami," Makoto hissed, stopping suddenly. Hiroko agreed, looking around in awe. Instead of giant spiders waiting to pounce or enemy ninja, what they found was total desolation. The walls, floor and ceiling were covered in that same green liquid as in the stairway. There were large chunks of rock all over the place, and most frightening of all was the lingering sense of a killing intent. "This is..." Makoto whispered, looking around intently. "That is a killer intent I'm feeling, right?" "What's left of it," Hiroko confirmed, moving slightly to the left, looking around curiously. "It had to be unusually intense for us to still be able to feel it." "What about that chakra?" "Unusual," Hiroko agreed, again motioning for them to split up. Moving as noiselessly as possible, they searched the cavern, careful to note the total lack of bodies. Just blood, killing intent, and lingering chakra. Meeting in the center, they looked around and then at each other. "Is it me, or does this place feel almost like a tomb?" Makoto said, his tone uneasy. "It does," Hiroko confirmed, nodding toward a large smear of greenish blood leading from a man-sized hole in the wall. "Did you notice that?" Turning, Makoto glanced at what his partner had noted, then nodded slightly. "Yeah. Scary that a genin could do this. I know. Hiroko glanced at his teammate, then around at the cavern. Did you find his body anywhere? No, Makoto muttered, crossing his arms. I'm not sure if that's a good sign or a bad sign. Okay, one step at a time, Hiroko said, twirling one of his sai expertly. We've confirmed that Team Hay-8 completed the mission and that Uzumaki Naruto slaughtered an entire group of giant spiders and at least one assumed Jonin-ranked ninja. We have no idea where his body is, Makoto sighed. Right, so it's search time. You take the left, I'll take the right. Check, Hiroko agreed, and both Anbu separated, taking their respective sides of the cavern, and began searching. Unlike they had at first, they actually paid attention to the cavern looking for a body. The initial surprise at such a large amount of destruction had overridden common sense. After all, it was not every day you got to see handiwork of this caliber from a genin. Anko really was a better teacher than he had thought. Shit, now this meant that if he wanted any chance at Sasuke winning, he'd have to train him alongside Itachi. Geez, just how strong was Naruto? Shaking his head, he squatted, lifting a large rock and almost hoping to see an broken body, but found nothing. Standing, he looked around, wondering where the boy could have been. Hey, I found him! Makoto shouted, and Hiroko turned, darting toward the other man. The Anbu in question was kneeling over the battered and bruised form of a blonde-haired child with strange whisker marks. His clothes looked horrible and his face was pale, but it was obvious that he was alive. Unconscious but alive. Is it chakra exhaustion? Makoto ran a glowing blue hand over the boy for a moment, then shook his head. Well, he is low on chakra, but it's not deadly. That's funny. What is? Makoto looked up and Hiroko could imagine the confused look on the man's face, despite the mask. Well, his body's already healing itself. It's moving slowly, but it's just strange. Probably a bloodline, Hiroko said, shrugging dismissively. Let's get him out of here. Yeah. He's okay to move, and I'll keep an eye on him just in case, Makoto said, putting his weapon up before collecting the boy and standing. Don't suppose I could make it 100 ryu now, huh? Not on your life, Hiroko responded dryly, turning to lead the way out of the cavern. Spoil sport. Idioto. The man watched the samurai intently from his hiding spot, knowing that soon he would have to act but hesitant to actually do so. He had spent a week studying the patrols, he knew the layout of the estate to the last detail. Still he hesitated, the sheer numbers only ensured that this was a suicide mission, but he had no choice. It was his mission. As the Kurab patrol disappeared around the far corner, he made his move, darting toward the outer wall and jumping it silently. Landing adroitly, he took a moment to look around at the garden, savoring its tranquil beauty, and then he darted forward once more. Not a single blade of grass was disturbed in his passage, and soon enough, he was at the limestone inner walls. Kneeling, he quickly slipped his foot spikes into place, and then, satisfied, did the same with his hand claws. He could not risk the use of excess chakra needed to climb. Nodding, the man jumped his spikes, finding a tenuous purchase, and then he was climbing. Seconds later he cleared this final wall and landed on the inner courtyard, hidden among the swirling shadows. Holding his breath, he crouched, watching as a group of 3 samurai strode past in conversation. Once the path was clear, he darted along and then slipped through the first window he found. Pausing long enough to remove the climbing tools, he stood taking in the corridor. Eyes adjusting to the dim candle light, he hurried down the hallway, careful to use the stealthy step, ducking into an alcove as yet another group of samurai passed on a patrol. Frowning, he watched them intently, uneasy now, due to the unexpectedness of it. There was supposed to be no guards making a patrol in this part of the mansion for several hours. Tensing, he waited until he was sure they were gone and that nobody else was going to follow, then moved out into the hallway and hurried forward. He made the rest of the trip in peace, stopping at the last corner, aware that he was now facing the most dangerous part of his mission. Slipping a mirror out of a pouch, he peeked around the corner, carefully, to ensure that the samurai was exactly where he should have been. Satisfied, he returned the mirror to its proper location and prepared himself. Straining, he heard the samurai yawn, and second later he had embedded a kunai into the samurai's skull while darting forward to catch the body and let the dead samurai slump gently. Easing the samurai to the ground, the man paused, retrieved his kunai, and then eased the door open to cross the empty space beyond. Moving quietly, he hurried forward, ignoring various doorways until at last he paused at one that seemed utterly innocent. No different than any other door in the mansion, but he knew that it was his final obstacle on his mission. The kunai slid into his right hand silently as he knocked in the coded pattern known to a select few. He paused, listening to the answering knock, and then responded yet again, speaking quietly. "I have urgent dispatches for Geor-sama." The door swung open and the man lunged forward, his kunai slashing through the first samurai's throat and then burying itself into the second of the guards. A slight twist and out again. He was moving before they hit the ground, pushing through the door into an inner. Everything was going perfectly. Spotting the desired shoji, he applied chakra to his feet and shot across the anteroom, tearing through the door and launching for the sleeping figure inside. Kunai gleaming, he plunged it toward the figure's chest only to have it deflected by a gleaming katana. Retreating, the man paused, studying the samurai that was standing between him and his target. The man was average height and build, the typical red and black uniform of fire samurai. It was seeing those blue eyes and the white hair that alerted him to the identity of his newfound foe. Shinta, formerly of the Konoha hunter nins. Shinta shifted his sword slightly, his voice firm. "Though you wear that mask, I know you." Katsumoto of the Konoha Umbu. Katsumoto lunged at that, ducking the first slash at his neck, knowing that he was in over his head. Blow after blow was exchanged with the former hunter nin, each time making it clear that Shinta was not going to allow this attack. Still, Katsumoto could not abandon this mission, it had to be seen through to the end. Then, seconds after a brutal exchange left him unarmed, the Umbu knew his final option was at hand. The samurai charged in once more, and Katsumoto timed it perfectly, slipping inside to grab the man's robes and arm while falling backwards. It wouldn't stop the man, but it was enough for the man to have time for his final effort. "For unity!" That shouted Katsumoto began flashing through a series of hand seals for his special attack, staring at the recovering Shinta almost placidly. The Umbu saw the sword suddenly slashing through the air, and he had just enough time to realize he was still too slow. After that, his head was sailing through the air and his jutsu died unfinished. Naruto Altered History Chapter 11, The Forbidden Mission. The Sandaime sighed, staring out the window behind his desk at the village. He could remember finding the Nidaime doing that a lot toward the end, just staring and staring. Was it something about this office or job that slowly sucked the life out of a person? Or was it the fact that those who earned this job were not the type suitable to being trapped behind a desk? The Shodai and Nidaime Hokage, as far as the Sandaime could remember, had been more at home in a fight than pushing paperwork. The Yondaime had been the same way, though he was the only Hokage that had ever managed to escape the tediousness of the job. In some ways, the Sandaime hoped that Naruto would never succeed in his dream. It would not be fair to trap so similar a ninja in this situation. Of course, the Sandaime mused silently. He also hoped with all of his heart that the boy could pull it off. If for no other reason than to tick off those doddering idiots on the council. Shaking his head, the Sandaime turned back to his desk and the scroll stretched out before him, his eyes sweeping over the message once more. It was a 3-day-old message from the daimyo, but just reading those words again made the Sandaime wince. The storm on the horizon was approaching faster than he had expected, and he was unsure of how much longer he could keep things calm. At least he now had the Umbu actively searching for Jiraiya or Tsunade. He had made it quite clear to Kakashi that they had to be found immediately. Still, he felt something gnawing at his heart, telling him that neither one would be found soon enough. He prayed that he was wrong or growing pessimistic, but with his already failing health declining rapidly, the Sandaime couldn't just dismiss such a feeling. Sighing, he put such concerns aside and picked up his pipe, studying it intently, wondering if he should indulge or not. Would it really matter? He was saved from making such a decision when the door to his office opened, followed by the familiar and competent gait of Kakashi. "So? I have received several reports," Kakashi responded, closing the door behind him before approaching the desk. Nodding, the Sandame motioned with his free hand for the Umbu commander to go ahead, then leaned back in his chair as Kakashi put his replacement book away. "Ah, that reminds me, has Enko-chan returned your book yet?" "No," Kakashi almost growled, eye narrowing dangerously. Stifling his laughter, the Sandame avoided the fuming ninja's glare. Personally, he found it hilarious that not only had an upstart genin stolen Kakashi's book from under his nose, but that Enko had made it a point of teasing him with said book. Even more hilarious was the fact that for some strange reason, all the other copies of that particular book within Konoha had disappeared. "It's not funny," Kakashi finally said, his tone almost pleading. "The publisher has no clue as to when the next book will come out, and the book I'm reading now is severely lacking in such areas." "Yes, of course," the Sandame chortled before regaining control of his humor. Sighing, Kakashi shook his head, muttered something about the Sandame not understanding fine literature, then changed subjects. "Shinta-san sent a report that his latest search party managed to track the remaining Umbu responsible for the attack on the daimyo to Fushimi. I've already handed Enko-san her orders along with all the details available." "Excellent," Sandame said, anxious to at last have some worthwhile information on this unity. There had been rumors for years, but little if any real information. Even their name had been hidden until the attack on the daimyo, which was also the first time that they had ever actually committed such an act. The Sandame could only thank Benzai Ten that not only had the fire daimyo accepted that the Umbu involved were not under the Sandame's personal orders, but also for the chance to gain a new source of information. Shaking it off and trusting that Enko would obey all of the orders, she still hadn't forgiven him for transferring Naruto. He leaned back in his seat, leaving it to karma. On the lighter side, Kakashi continued after a moment, "Juso-san has received final confirmation for the number of participating genin in the upcoming Chunin exam. Ah. So how many do we have coming?" Sandame asked, finally lighting his pipe. 144 participants, Kakashi answered, glancing out the window. "That's 48 teams total, which is a marked increase from the last exam." Ah, Sandame said, eyes narrowing, as leaned forward to rest his elbows on his desk. "How many teams were there last year again?" 29. "It appears that Kusa is anxious to increase its number of Chunin," Kakashi said, dryly glancing at the Sandame. "All eligible non-rookie Konoha ninja have been nominated. All that's left are the 3 new teams. I wonder how many of those will participate?" Sandame mused, scratching at his chin before blowing a smoke ring. "Kurenai-san has repeatedly assured me that her team is ready for the exams. To quote, I have the utmost confidence in my team. I dare your examiners to try and break them." The Sandame chuckled before blowing a large smoke ring. But Kurenai-chan is getting quite cocky." "Oh yes. Ibiki has already assured me that he will take that challenge," Kakashi said, chuckling as well. "Yugao has also told me that she received word that Hayate is confident in his team as well, especially with the addition of that boy." The way he said "boy" made it quite clear what the Umbu commander thought about Naruto. "What of Asuma's team?" "They should be ready for the exam as well," the Sandame said, changing the subject to avoid laughing at the man. "Skill-wise, Asuma says they are more than ready. They are the best team he's ever seen, but they lack motivation," Kakashi said after a moment. "Hinata-san appears to have a desire to change herself and thus to take the exam, however she is not the type to push others. Which means that Shikamaru won't motivate himself, and since Choji follows his lead there is little chance they will take this exam." "I see," the Sandame mused, blowing several more smoke rings. He would have liked all 9 to attempt it, but if they lacked the motivation they would only hurt themselves in the long run. "So we'll have a total of 50 teams with teams 7 and 10. "Yes," Kakashi answered, eye drooping slightly. "That should make things go faster," at least the Sandame finally said in dismissal. "I agree. Also, Kusa does seem to be preparing for something, but it's very well hidden. Iwa, however, is making it very obvious that they want the head of the Kazakage's son Gaara." "Oh?" "Yes, apparently Gaara was part of a team that was hired to assassinate the Rock Daimyo's grandchild." Kakashi shrugged, making it obvious that he had nothing else on the reason why such an order would be given. To be on the safe side, I've moved several UMBU special operations closer to both countries' borders for training exercises. Good. I'll start redirecting some of our Jonin missions toward those areas as well, the Sandaime said, setting his pipe aside for the moment. For some reason, the fragrant flavor was turning bitter in his mouth and distracting him, which was not a good thing. Now what about my wayward students? That, I'm sad to say, is like trying to catch the wind, Kakashi said tiredly. Tsunade Heim, despite massive gambling debt, has eluded all means of locating her. The same holds true for Jiraiya-sama. Despite being quite the prolific author, he has somehow completely fallen off the face of the earth. I have confidence in your UMBU, Sandaime said after a moment while grinning. Then a wicked idea hit him, one that would undoubtedly force the man to step up the search. I guess this means I will have to hand over the title of Hokage to someone else. Eh? Yes, somebody that truly wants the job, Sandaime continued, his tone serious. Somebody young, maybe with blonde hair and blue eyes. Or you, I mean you do met all the criteria for Hokage. I will find them, Kakashi suddenly said, cutting the Sandaime off. Smiling, the old man watched as Kakashi produced his replacement book and left the office in a hurry. When the door was shut, the Sandaime started laughing. Upon seeing the massive gates of Konoha, Naruto wanted to weep. Okay, that was an exaggeration, but he was definitely happy to see them. After all, once he was back inside those walls, he would be free of Ino's bitching, Shino's annoying silence, and Hiate's aggravating cough. Of course, even more importantly, once he was back in Konoha, he would be able to do the one thing he desired above everything else: he could eat his precious ramen. His mouth watered at the prospect, his stomach even rumbled in agreement. 10 number 5s, 3 number 4s, and of course a Hokage-sized serving of his favorite miso ramen. Baka! Ino suddenly shouted, slapping him upside the head. Everyone else is already inside. What are you doing standing out here? Daydream. Oh my god, are you drooling? Ino suddenly began wiping her hand against her leg wrappings. You. What the hell are you hitting me for? Naruto shouted, rubbing at the side of his head, completely missing the look on Ino's face. You were daydreaming and drooling. So what? Naruto shouted back, then pulling an eye down stuck his tongue out at her. Least I don't have bloodshot eyes like some drunk. What? Ino shouted, shaking a fist at him threateningly. Hayate-sensei explained, that's from the soldier pills. Whatever, Naruto muttered before walking away from the angry girl while ignoring the bewildered and, in one case, perturbed gate guards. He believed her, but he just enjoyed pissing her off. Hell, on the entire way back, she had treated him semi-decently. He suspected that was mostly due to the fact that he had saved all their asses, and she was too tired to really make an issue out of his annoyances. Coming to a stop just inside the gates, he stretched, eyeing an even sicker than usual looking Hayate. Silently, he wondered if he would ever be normal again, but then he remembered Ino and her return to normal halfway back to the village. That was when he noticed that Shino was nowhere to be seen, which worried him slightly. They were on the same team after all. Oi, where the hell is Shino? He had to see his father. Hayate answered, his voice raspy. I told him to go on ahead. So now what? Naruto finally asked, double-checking that he was now free to pursue his ramen. Are we getting another mission or training? No, I'm going to file a report with the Hokage, Hayate said, before coughing into a rag. Ino, remember noon at the training area. Yeah, Ino said nervously as she finally joined them. Hayate nodded in response and then, without another word, disappeared in a puff of smoke. Casting a glance at a distracted Ino, Naruto shrugged, put his hands behind his head, and started off, guessing correctly that he had nothing to say to the girl. Besides, his ramen was calling him. And just where do you think you're going? Naruto stopped, turned and blinked, staring at the girl, wondering why she had her arms crossed and her hip cocked like that. Oi, why the hell should I tell you? Because I want to go shopping, Ino said, simply, as if that answered everything. And? Naruto questioned, waving his hand blandly. Go ahead, I'm not going to stop you. First of all, I need someone to carry my bags, Ino replied, closing the gap between them. Second of all, you are the only one still here. So? Naruto crossed his own arms preparing to leave. Third, I'll buy you ramen if you come shopping with me. Naruto hesitated. Normally there was no possible way Ino could get him to go with her. However, this was ramen, and not just any ramen, but free ramen. To say that he was torn was an understatement. After all, he would be shopping with Ino, but free ramen. Ino seemed to guess at his reluctance, and she gave him a sly smile. I'll even make it miso ramen. Naruto froze staring at the girl in surprise. Never in a million years would he have expected her to use his weakness in such a fashion. Hell, he was utterly surprised by the fact that not only had she listened to him talk about his favorite ramen but remembered. Miso ramen? Naruto finally stammered, weakly mouth-watering. Free miso ramen. Ino corrected proudly. Oh, okay. Naruto muttered, unable to turn down such an offer. Part of him cursed at the fact that he had been utterly defeated by the chance at free noodles. Then of course that part remembered this was free miso ramen, and it promptly shut up. 20 minutes later, Naruto found himself walking into his 6th high-end clothing store, wondering why she needed him to carry her bags if she wasn't buying anything. Trailing after Ino, he felt the now familiar cold glares that were sent his way, knowing already that they were for his gall at wearing orange. Shaking his head, he caught up to Ino, who was surrounded by jackets. Oi, can you hurry up? Naruto muttered, glaring at one of the jackets as if it had offended him. Give it a rest, Ino responded, running a sleeve through her fingers. Shopping isn't just selecting things that look nice, you have to hunt. You have to find just the right material, silk or cotton, make sure it's not too soft, but not too firm. You have to make sure you know if it's tumble dry or not. They're just clothes. Naruto shouted, throwing his arms up in exasperation. For the love of Kami, just pick something already. What's your childhood trauma? Ino snapped, glaring at him. This is important, okay? Like selecting the perfect flower. Ugh. Naruto tugged at his hair and then paused, noticing something about the jackets she was looking at. Blinking, he studied them, then frowning realized that she had looked at the same type in all the other stores as well. Hey, wait a minute, why the hell are you looking at these? Huh? These? Naruto said, gesturing at the jackets, wondering if she was shopping for who he thought she was. They're guy jackets. If you're trying to buy that idiot Sasu, first off, Baka Sasuke-kun isn't an idiot, Ino said, cutting him off as she selected a jacket. And second, I'm not shopping for him. Oh. Naruto paused, then blinked. Then who? You, Ino sighed, turning as she held out a jacket to judge it against him. What? I can't stand orange, and you need a new jacket, Ino replied, matter-of-factly putting the jacket up while selecting another one. I decided that if I have to spend who knows how long running around with you on my team, then I sure as hell don't want to see orange. What? Naruto shouted yet again, eyes even wider. Ino wanted to rob him of his one no second true joy in the world? Orange is a classic. It's even the perfect color, and it's like ramen. A gift from the gods themselves. Orange is an eyesore. Ino retorted, eyes narrowing. Besides which, has it ever occurred to you that now that you're an actual ninja, you might need something that won't draw everyone's attention to you? I don't care. Naruto shouted, crossing his arms. I'm wearing orange, and there's nothing you can say or do to change that. Wanna bet? Ino questioned challengingly. You may be the strongest person on this team, but I'm Yamanaka Ino, and I can make your life a living hell. I could probably even get Hayate to withdraw us from the Chunin exams. Naruto opened his mouth, ready to respond to such a statement, then paused. It was only because of Anko that he even considered what the girl had just said. After training with that woman, Naruto was acutely aware of just how much of a living hell a female could make his life. Plus he had seen her convince Hayate to do things her way once or twice, so there was the fact that he believed that if she wanted she could get him to pull them out of the exam. Damn it, Naruto muttered, glaring at her impotently. Now then, let's see. Ino said, smirking at him smugly before she turned back to the racks of clothes. Despite his apparent surrender, Naruto was actually giving serious thought on how to best escape this girl's clutches. "How about this?" Ino asked, turning to hold up a purple jacket. "Over my dead body," Naruto ground out. "That could be arranged," Ino responded pleasantly, then putting the jacket up, selected a dark blue one. "Ino," Naruto warned. The girl ignored him, but put it back anyway, before grabbing another jacket. This would work. Seconds later she produced a solid black jacket and turned toward him, which prompted her to start blushing for some damn reason. Naruto suspected that it was because Sasuke had taken to wearing black. "Excuse me," Naruto hissed, narrowing his eyes. "But do I look like some goth, pretty boy Uchiha?" "As if you could look half as good as Sasuke-kun," Ino shot back sarcastically, but amazingly kept from smacking him upside the head. "It's either this or white." "Oi. I told you, I'm not giving up my orange." Ino suddenly brightened, holding a finger up. "Now that I think of it, white would be perfect, though you might stain it. I guess that would mean you'd have to give up ramen." "Ack!" Naruto shouted, jumping as he pointed at her. "I knew it. You're a Oni in disguise. I'll never forsake orange or ramen." "The Chunin exam," Ino said smugly. That was when Naruto had an utterly brilliant idea. Glancing over her shoulder, he suddenly paled, pointed, and shouted the only possible thing that would allow him a chance of escape. "Sasuke shirtless." "Where?" Ino shouted, whirling around, which was of course exactly the chance Naruto needed to escape. By the time she noticed he was gone, Naruto was already on the roof and darting away. Listening to her curses, Naruto laughed. Once he was safely away from that insane girl, he slowed to a more leisurely lope along the rooftops, heading for his one true desire. The one thing that he had nearly wept with despair over: how long he had gone without sweet delicious Ichiraku ramen. Seconds later he dropped to the street below and parted the entrance curtains to enter his favorite stand. "Hey kid, what'll it be?" asked the familiar chef. "The usual, and make it fast, I'm starving," answered Naruto with a grin. It was good to be home. Weapons check. New jacket check. Ramen packs check. Anko smirked, surveying the small bundle on the bed. Satisfied that she had collected everything, the Jonin picked the bundle up and turned, striding out of the bedroom and then through the dingy apartment, closing the door with a heavy thunk. Slipping the bundle into a hidden pouch on the inside of her trench coat, Anko considered the building. How could Naruto ever have found the place? Oh, she had no trouble believing that he could be annoying enough for an orphanage to kick out, but that still didn't explain how such a child could not only wander into such a neighborhood unaccosted, but also find an apartment. Anko did of course have a few theories, but in all honesty, it didn't matter. Glancing at the wino sleeping in the corner near the building, she sighed, and with 3 rebounding jumps was on the roofs and headed back toward the center of the village. Turning her mind away from the slums, she instead focused on what Hiroko and Makoto had told her yesterday. Part of her was confused about the impossibility of what they claimed Naruto had done, while the other part wanted to cackle. Either way she sliced it, however, it only firmly affixed in her mind that Naruto was everything she had been told and begun to hope for. Thus, when she had heard that Hiate's team would arrive today, she had known exactly who to take as her partner for her new mission. Best of all, she was protected by orders from the Hokage himself. Reaching the area where that ramen stand he was so fond of was located, Anko dropped to the street and weaved her way through the crush of people. It was not something she was used to doing much anymore. She tended to avoid getting in the heart of crowds, but it wasn't that bad. However, when she reached the ramen stand and discovered the "close to recover from the Naruto rush" sign, Anko suddenly lost her tolerance for the crowd around her. Shoving 2 men aside, she performed another rebounding jump to regain the rooftops, where she set off at an easy pace, wondering where else the blonde would go. Well, eventually, he would head home, but that would probably be after he went to all of his various hangouts. Coming to a stop, she frowned. He had never mentioned any place, but if she knew him at all, she had a good idea of where he would go after that ramen stand. Turning to her left, she started off, once more heading toward the Hokage mountain. It was actually rather obvious, after all his dream was to be Hokage. So where else would the blonde go after a mission in which he killed a Jonin-level ninja and several giant spiders? 10 minutes later, she left the rooftops once more and landed in the street staring up at the mountain and the metal stairs that would lead to the public landing. Darting up them, it took her only 5 more minutes to spot the vague orange blob on top of the mountain, which allowed her to pull off a shunshin and reach the top without wasting any more time. Landing Anko took a moment to choose her words carefully, then snuck up behind the oblivious boy. "Hey Runt. Heard you were back." Naruto jerked, nearly fell, then jumped to his feet, a grin on his face. "Anko. Ugh. You're not going to hug me, are you?" Anko asked, smirking. When the blonde crossed his arms and snorted, she reached into her coat, producing the bundle. "Good, 'cause we have a mission and don't have time for that mushy shit." "A mission?" Naruto blinked, catching the package as she tossed it to him. "But I just got back." "It's a ranked and time-sensitive," Anko explained, ignoring his protest. After all, she was pretty sure he wouldn't mind going on another mission, especially if it was a ranked. "So hurry up, get dressed, and let's go." She was right. In a matter of minutes, Naruto had the bundle open, his replacement jacket on, and the replacement weapons tucked away. Grinning, he looked up at her, excitement and joy in every line of his face. "Oi, so what's the mission?" "Let's get moving first," Anko hedged, knowing that she might be pushing things. Even with orders from the Hokage, Anko was very aware of how much trouble she could get into. After all, strictly speaking, she wasn't supposed to be taking Naruto out on missions anymore. "Okay. Let's go," Naruto shouted, darting past her, and Anko grinned, darting after him. It took them several minutes to reach the bottom of the mountain, then another 20 or so to reach the nearest gates. She almost laughed at the surprised look on the guards' faces as they shot past them at high speed. "So how was your mission with that team?" Anko finally asked after they were safely out of the village and in the forest heading for the mission location. "Huh?" Naruto blinked, then grinned, performing a Naruto-ish loop. "I kicked ass all over the place. I'm gonna be Hokage soon, believe it." "So how did you manage to kill a Jonin-level ninja and several giant spiders?" Anko asked, keeping an eye out for anyone following them. "I don't really remember," Naruto answered, his blue eyes darting away then back at her. "I know I did it." I think I did, but I can't remember." "Oh well," Anko said, shrugging. In all honesty, she didn't care how he had done it, only that he had done it. After all, that proved his strength, and that was the important thing. So? You said this was a super important mission," Naruto shouted a minute later, double timing it to keep pace beside Anko. "It is," Anko allowed, glancing at him with a smirk in place. "See, the Fire Daimyo is making his annual state visit of the country." "Huh? So what's the big deal?" Naruto asked, blinking in curiosity. "Well, during his visit to Edioto there was an assassination attempt." Anko gave the blonde a curious glance, noticing his surprise. "What makes this so important is the man who attempted to assassinate the daimyo Katsumoto of Konoha, Umbo." "What?" "Keep your voice down," Anko growled, pleased to note the look he gave her. "Now then." The daimyo was understandably upset, and after a lot of things you don't even want to hear about, started searching for Katsumoto's partner Sozen. And? Sozen, of course, killed several samurai and managed to escape to a small village called Fushimi, which will take us about a week to reach. Anko shook her head, voice growing serious. "A week?" Naruto blinked, frowning. "The Chunin exam." "You'll be back in plenty of time," Anko said dismissively. "This is a different type of mission than you're used to. See, the samurai can't forcibly take the village due to the villagers. Even if they could, Sozen has gathered a few missing genin together, so that would mean a suicide mission." "So our mission is what exactly?" "My mission is very simple. Since I know Sozen and how he fights, I'm to enter the village and capture him," Anko explained, smirking. "As for your mission, all you need to do is handle the genin. Of course, if I were you, I'd treat this like a Chunin exam." "Huh? Why?" This is the sort of mission Chunin sometimes get assigned. So it's a perfect warm-up for you, Enko explained, waving her hand dismissively. It's a judgment call on what you do with the genin. Oi. What the hell do I do then? Naruto shouted. You know, that's up to you. However, since this is an high priority, a ranked mission, you get to use whatever means you deem necessary. Enko grinned, glancing at him, sure that he would like what was coming next. Including the jutsu I'm going to teach you before we reach the village. Really? Naruto asked, eyes lighting up at the thought of learning new jutsu. Yep. Futon de Tapa, an extremely powerful wind attack. Enko smiled sweetly. It's one of the most practical techniques available, especially for you. Huh? Remember that paper I had you hold and split with your chakra on the way back from Kusa? Enko asked, absently wondering how best to explain herself. Well, even he had to know about chakra types, it was a basic concept after all. It told me that your chakra type is wind-based, which is really good. Means you're best suited for fighting and makes wind-based jutsu stronger in your hands. Wind-based? Naruto echoed blankly. Enko gritted her teeth, glaring at him, unable to believe that he could have been so stupid. You really did sleep through the academy, didn't you? She asked scathingly, unable to help it. Seeing his frightened look, she snorted, forcing her frustration aside for the moment. Each ninja has a tendency toward a certain element, fire and wind being the most dominant in combat types. Which means... It means Enko grated out her urge to hit him over the head, growing stronger, that if a normal Daitapa can level 20 or 30 trees, then if you use it with your affinity for wind jutsu, it'll level 3 times that amount. Wow. Yeah, should come in handy during the Chunin exams, Enko remarked, pleased that he finally seemed to understand. Honestly, he was so thick-headed sometimes that she wondered if he had eaten a lot of paint chips as a kid. Yes. I'll be kicking ass and showing everyone how strong I am now. Naruto shouted excitedly, adding a spiral to his jump. Maybe, but first you gotta learn it, Enko said, glancing at him dangerously. Just try not to get yourself killed. Oi, I'm gonna be Hokage. I won't die until then. Naruto said loudly, glaring at her. Good. We'll start training when we stop for dinner. Until then, keep your mouth shut and your ears open. Bah. Shino found his father, as always, sitting quietly in the Aburame family training grounds. Actually, as his father had explained once before, it wasn't a typical training area. Other training areas were designed and built for combat practice. For the Aburame, it was designed to build a stronger connection with their chosen partners. Coming to within a few feet of the silent older man, he stopped, not saying a word or moving. It seemed to stretch on forever until finally his father turned to him, speaking in his familiar tranquil tone. Can you hear them yet? Shino remained silent for several long minutes, then nodded slightly. Yes. They ignore me, but I can hear them. Good, Chibi said, looking at a bug that was fluttering up from a piece of old wood. Hyun says that you were curious about something. Why do they react like this? Shino asked, putting his hands in his pockets. They have never reacted like this to any other creature. Kumoiki could not cause this. There is a precedent for their reaction, Chibi said slowly, as if measuring what he was saying. 12 years ago, when Konoha fell under the wrath of the beast, he drove nearly all Aburame insane and caused our Kakechu to turn on us. He was a demon, but how could he have such an effect on our family's connection? Shino asked quietly, head tilting forward slightly in thought. Even with the voice of his family returned, their continued rejection of him severely hampered his thoughts. He knew it was an obvious answer, but he could not quite put his finger on it, which caused a finger to twitch slightly. The beast also drove the Inuzuka hounds into uncontrollable rages, and those that were foolish enough to attempt to enter a beast-like state became berserkers. Shino frowned, then felt his eyes widen before he looked up at his father. It was obvious now the Inuzuka had been the key for him. He was even willing to bet that the Hyuga or Uchiha were also affected if he was correct. It is because the dogs and our Kakechi can in a way see the true nature of things. The beast was the lord of demons. He existed as both natural and unnatural as all demons do. It is not unexpected that if we could only barely sense its true nature that the Inuzuka dogs and our Kakechu who see reality far more clearly than we do would react in such a manner. So other clans were affected as well. Yes, Shibi said, turning away slightly. All things that could perceive the true nature of the beast or touch its mind were affected. Shino nodded slightly, thinking over everything he had learned. Now that he understood the reason for his family's reaction, he could concentrate on re-establishing a dialogue with them. To do that, however, would mean that he would have to skip team meetings, especially if he wished to be ready for the coming exam. I have spoken with Hayate-san, his father suddenly said, turning completely as if to walk away. He agrees that it would be best if you took this time to recover. Thank you, Shino said, watching his father walk away silently. Alone, Shino turned his attention to the training grounds, walking to his favorite location, beneath an overturned tree. Settling in, he took a deep breath and then closed his eyes, considering how best to go about this. Mentally shrugging, he sighed, speaking to his family quietly. I'm listening, he said, then prepared for a long wait. That stupid jerk, Ino muttered to herself, pushing her way through the forest, heading for the training grounds. There was no denying that Ino was angry, mostly because she had been outsmarted by Naruto. How could she have fallen for such an obvious trick? Honestly, how likely was it that Sasuke would be shirtless in a store? Ugh, that was so totally wrong. Shoving that aside and promising retribution, she turned her attention toward the reason why Hayate had told her to meet him here. Despite asking him to teach her kenjutsu after they had recovered from their various ailments, he had yet to tell her whether he would or not. He refused to let her even handle his sword anymore, which was annoying since Ino had begun to feel almost naked without it. Still, it looked promising, which was why she had made it a point to check with her father to see if he was okay with it. He hadn't been thrilled, but he supported her decision if she truly felt she needed to know it. He had, however, insisted that she continue practicing the family jutsu, mainly as he had told her while smiling, because that way when I eventually have grandchildren, you can teach them. As if Ino said to herself, stepping into the training area. There was no way she was ever going to have a kid. Then again, her mother said that every girl felt that way at her age. Looking around curiously at the area, she wondered where exactly Hayate was. Glancing at her watch, she frowned. It was exactly noon. Sighing, Ino walked over to a training post and sat down, unsure of what to do, until the man arrived. Seconds stretched into minutes, and minutes seemed to stretch into hours. Ino, feeling restless, turned her eyes to her surroundings, then she reached out and scraped a patch of ground bare pine needles and leaves. Selecting a nearby twig, she scratched Sasuke's name in the dirt, sighing almost wistfully. What chances did she have, in all honesty? Sakura was already on his team, that they were getting closer was inevitable. Ino was almost willing to bet that Sakura had the Uchiha wrapped around her little finger. Sakura was not stupid, nor was she ugly. Which meant, looking at her prospects for actually winning Sasuke's affections, there was no chance outside of Sakura losing total and complete interest in Sasuke. Ino had to laugh at that impossibility. Sakura was obsessed with the boy, there was no other word for it. Other girls could admit that there were other cute guys around, Sakura didn't. It was almost frightening at times now that Ino thought back on her academy days at how fixated Sakura actually was. Looking down at the name etched in the dirt, she sighed and scratched it out. There are two kinds of shinobi, no matter what village they belong to. Jerking, Ino stared up at Hayate, who was crouching on a training post, an odd bundle under arm. The man coughed into his rag and then gave her a surprisingly intense gaze. What? There are two kinds of shinobi, Hayate repeated, his eyes never leaving her face. The first kind are those called geniuses. The second kind are those I call artists, and others call hard workers. What's the difference? Ino asked, deciding to keep her urge to berate the man for being late in check for the moment. On the surface, there isn't one, both are deadly accurate and precise, Hayate explained before he jumped off the training post and crouched in front of her. Fundamentally, however, they differ a great deal. Ino nodded, watching as Hayate set the bundle under his arm on the ground between them. That still doesn't explain what the difference is. The genius believes that his natural talent is enough, and when he fights he has no passion. The artist, however, he knows that whatever natural talent or lack thereof he has is not enough. When he fights he does so with everything he has. Hayate explained, undoing the strings on the bundle to reveal 5 wooden swords. And this has what to do with me? Kenjutsu, like ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, or any other skill, is a lifetime pursuit, one that can never be set aside. What do you mean? Ino blinked, staring at him. She had a feeling that he was telling her that once she started with this training, she would never be able to stop. I mean, if you want to learn Kenjutsu, truly learn it, then you have to continue learning no matter what, Hayate explained, looking down at the wooden swords as if considering something. For the Chunin exam I will teach you some of the Umbu basics as well as some of my own style. After that, however, I won't train you until you decide. Decide what? If you are a genius or an artist. Coughing once more, he nodded at the wooden swords. These are specially designed practice swords. Okay, Ino said, blinking. So, like, what do you want me to do? Select one, Hayate explained. Each one is designed to resist the channeling of chakra, which will build your capacity. When you can channel enough chakra through one of these, you'll be allowed a specially designed sword that will work on your control. Shrugging, Ino looked down at the swords, considering each one for a moment. Well, if she had to pick one, she would just get it over with. That decided, she reached out to grab a wooden sword with a jagged-looking blade, only to stop short. Frowning, she looked at another one and reached for it, but stopped yet again. Each time she reached for a sword, she would stop until finally she crossed her arms and scowled. Each one had something that made her want to use it. It was like trying to choose between Sasuke and 4 other extremely cute guys. After several more minutes, she finally selected one, and amazingly enough, it felt natural in her hand. Good, Hayate said, rewrapping the others. What do you mean good? Well, each practice sword has a different level of resistance. Most people would have just grabbed the first one they felt like. You hesitated and then decided on the one best suited to your needs. So, like what now? Ino asked, climbing to her feet as Hayate did. It felt natural to hold the sword, but she really didn't know a whole lot, just whatever that clone had taught her. We have little over 2 weeks until the Chunin exam, Hayate explained, walking over to a training post where he set the bundle down. Turning, he stared at her intently. I've spoken to Shino and to your father. They understand that we will spend this time training. Okay, so like how long will that take? Ino blinked, hefting her sword, trying to find a comfortable grip. Well, you seem to have some natural talent with a sword, so we'll spend 10 hours on Kenjutsu each day, then another 10 hours building up your chakra, Hayate said before coughing. What? That's 20 hours a day. Ino shouted, eyes wide in disbelief. There could be no way he could be serious. That would mean she would have 4 hours to sleep. And when the hell would she get to eat? To be ready for the Chunin exams, you'll have to train at least 3 times harder than normal, Hayate responded seriously. If you don't want to learn, I suggest you leave right now. Fine. Ino sputtered, eyes narrowing intently. There was no way she would back down now. Then let's begin. Feel the currents, focus your chakra. Deep breath, Naruto muttered, concentrating as best he could, moving his hands into the Torii seal. Futon de Tapa. Seconds later, Naruto collapsed to his hands and knees, panting. That was his 20th attempt in the last hour. Well, at least this time you managed to knock over a tree, Anko said from behind him. I did? Naruto blinked and looked up, straining to see in the gathering gloom. There indeed, where a large tree had been standing, was nothing. Jumping to his feet, Naruto thrust his fist into the air. Yes. Yeah. Still kinda weak, Anko said, climbing to her feet. Come on, let's get moving again. I'd rather not draw too much attention to ourselves. Right. Naruto said, catching his breath as he stretched before moving to retrieve his pack. Slinging it over his shoulder, he turned, following her into the trees once more and wondering whether they would get a chance to sleep. Well, he would probably spend any free time practicing anyway, so it was a moot point. Still, it would be nice to sleep in peace. Shaking his head, Naruto turned his mind to something else that had been nagging at him. This mission, something about it felt weird. Mostly because the further they went, the more irritable Anko seemed to become, and while she could be sadistic, vicious, and annoyed, she was never like this. Hey Anko. What? Well, I've been thinking, Naruto said, slowly glancing at the woman. There's something wrong about this mission. Anko didn't respond immediately, and Naruto started to fear she had decided to kill him. He even opened his mouth to say something when she beat him to it. Yes, it is wrong. Someone is turning us against each other, Anko said, slowly glancing at him. An enemy is easier to fight and kill if it's outside, but if it's inside, then it's much harder. Whatever the purpose of unity is, it can't be what they led others to believe. Huh? What is unity? Naruto asked, looking at her curiously. We're not sure, Anko answered with a shrug. We know that it's made up of mostly Umbu with some normal Jonin, but other than that we know almost nothing except that they recognize each other by a hand sign. What hand sign? A basic variation on the all-together sign, Anko supplied, demonstrating briefly. Most hand signs are common sense, used in small squads. So of course unity would use a common one. Who would notice a slight variation? Wait, but how come we only know about that? Naruto blinked. Use your damn head, Anko snapped, glaring at him. These are not stupid genin or chunin, these are highly trained special operation ninja and field-tested jonin. They're almost impossible to break. Ibiki is the only one we have that's managed to break even one of them. Who? Marino Ibiki. He's in charge of the interrogation and torture division of the Umbu. Of the 5 divisions within Umbu, his is the most useful now, and with his complete understanding of the human mind, he'll get whatever information we need to know. 5 divisions? Anko sighed, as if restraining her instincts to snap at him. Yes. Inside the Umbu, there are 5 divisions, which is to say they're groups made up of people that specialize in certain aspects of the Umbu. Huh? In simpler terms, every ninja within Umbu specializes in one field. Some, like Ibiki, specialize in torture and interrogation. Height, for example, was actually part of a group that specialized in information gathering and protection, which is probably why he was originally chosen as the sensei for ninja ideally suited to spying. Oh, Naruto said, then after a moment stared at her. So, you were in the Umbu? Yes, Anko answered tiredly. Then, what did you specialize in? Assassination, Anko said, flashing a wicked grin at him. I am very good at it. Naruto Altered History Chapter 12 Loyalty and Honor. The Sandaime looked up from his paperwork at the polite yet insistent knock on his office door. Rubbing at his eyes, he took a small breath before setting his pen aside for the moment. Come in a moment later, the door opened and he was greeted with the gray-uniformed shinobi known as Izumo. Hokage-sama, I'm sorry for the interruption, but Kiyoshi-san and Kakashi-san are here. I wasn't sure who you wanted to see first. Sandaime hesitated. Kiyoshi did have an appointment, but Kakashi might have an important reason to see him. Sighing, he leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling in thought for several minutes, before shifting his attention back to Izumo. Just send them both in, please. Yes, Hokage-sama, Izumo said, offering a polite bow before closing the door. A few moments later, the door reopened, allowing both Kakashi and Kiyoshi to enter. Kiyoshi-san, how nice to see you again, the Hokage said, pleasantly, getting to his feet as he motioned the man to have a seat. Ah, Sandaime-sama, you are looking well, the doctor responded just as pleasantly and doing as he was bidden, selecting a rather comfortable chair to relax in. I take it this isn't a social call? Sandaime asked, moving to the bay windows where he stared out at the village quietly. Sadly, no. I have Uzumaki-san's test results back. The man paused, then continued. Perhaps the news can wait for a bit, you seem rather tired. Exhausted is more like it, Sandaime admitted, with a chuckle. The Chunin exam is a very trying situation, Kakashi offered, leaning against a wall near shelf of scrolls. Perhaps, but I'd like to schedule you for an appointment. You're the doctor. Waving a hand, the Hokage turned and resumed his seat while fixing the man with his gaze. Now about Naruto's exam? Of course, of course. You should know first of all that I had to give him a complete physical. Kiyoshi paused, scowling slightly as if annoyed by something. Uzumaki-san had one visit to the hospital about 6 years ago and was turned away. That's 6 years worth of missing medical history. I understand, Sandaime assured the doctor, wondering why doctors always hinted at money so slyly. We have funds for cases like Naruto's. I was just informing you of his previous medical history so you'd understand my surprise and shock, Kiyoshi responded, before assuming an authoritative tone. I fully expected to see untreated and undiagnosed diseases, improperly set or healed bones. What I found. Hokage-sama, Uzumaki-san is in perfect health. And that's what inspired your shock and surprise? Kakashi questioned, sounding amused. Even Sandaime had to admit that while impressive, what Kiyoshi had told him was hardly earth-shattering. Kiyoshi, however, shook his head, his tone growing even more serious. Hardly, though it is an impressive feat, considering he has been without medical care for a large portion of his life. Then what was it? In all surface aspects his body is normal, Kiyoshi said, lacing his fingers together. His immune system is much more efficient than anyone else's, and his metabolism is abnormally high, but his reflexes, hearing, sight, and other basic functions are normal. When you say abnormally high? Sandaime prodded, leaning forward to rest his hands on the desk. I mean off the scale. Well, that would explain how Iruka-san can go broke buying him ramen, Kakashi said, humor in his tone. I guess we don't have to worry about Naruto ever getting drunk either. That is interesting, Sandaime mused, leaning back in his chair. Not half as interesting as what else I discovered, Kiyoshi said, his tone actually growing excited. He heals at an impossible rate. I made a small incision on his finger for a blood sample, and when I went to place a bandage on it, the cut had already nearly finished healing. Really? Kakashi said with a casualness that was a bit too casual to be legitimate. Sandaime, however, knew exactly what was going through the man's mind. It was a rather obvious thought: if such a healing ability could be harnessed for the Anbu, it would be invaluable. Of course, once word got out about this, then certain other groups within Konoha would want it as well. Sadly, the Sandaime could see no immediate solution to that situation. Yes, and not only that, Kiyoshi said, oblivious to the military thoughts running through the room. His body, once it heals, does so in a manner to prevent the same level of injury from occurring again. Wait, Sandaime held a hand up, blinking slightly. Could you repeat that? I mean, Kiyoshi said slowly, as if trying to contain his excitement, that not only does Uzumaki-san heal extremely quickly, but his body adjusts itself for the level of injury he receives. So if I were to say break his fingers for stealing, Kakashi said slowly, his voice almost gleeful at the thought, he would heal in such a way that I would have to use more force to break them again? Yes, I believe so, Kiyoshi responded, staring at the masked man in consternation. Upon noticing the rapid healing of the finger, I examined the shoulder that Anko-san reported had been injured. It was fundamentally different from the rest of his body. The flesh was thicker, the muscle fibers tougher. But such rapid healing must have a drawback, Sandaime said after a moment, unless Anko was correct in her theory. Our bodies heal and grow by the process of cell reproduction, Kiyoshi explained, shifting his attention back to the Sandaime. It's called cellular mitosis, and over time, the cells accumulate too many mutations to the point of apoptosis for them and for ourselves. So the faster and more rapidly a cell divides, the faster they approach death, Sandaime summarized, then arched an eyebrow at the smirk on the doctor's face. I take it that Naruto's cells don't function that way? Oh, his cells divide and reproduce, Kiyoshi said smugly, but Uzumaki-san's cells don't mutate. They are perfect copies. Therefore, they never come any closer to apoptosis. So he does have an advanced bloodline, Sandaime breathed in relief, sitting back in his chair. It does meet the criteria, Kiyoshi answered before rubbing at his leg nervously. However, there is no record of such an ability, thus no official name. I chose Tenkichiu as it seemed to fit best. I agree, Sandaime said after a moment of consideration. I trust you'll agree to be his primary physician. I've already taken care of that. Besides, as it stands, unless Tsunade Haim suddenly returns, I'm the only one remotely qualified to handle his medical care. Good Sandaime said, then glancing at a suddenly anxious Kakashi sat up. If there is nothing else. Actually, Kiyoshi said, leaning forward, as well, there is one last thing. I know it's not normally part of an A1 level exam, but I ordered a hereditary test for him. What did you find? Sandaime asked, his instincts on edge. Had they, by examining him, found a living relative? Was Naruto not an orphan after all, and merely an abandoned child? First, please remember that most of the medical records from the incident 12 years ago were destroyed, Kiyoshi said, as if hedging for time. I can't tell you who his mother is specifically, but I can tell you that he seems to be distantly related to the Inuzuka. And one other person. How distant? Sandaime suddenly snapped, eyes growing hard. Distant enough that the Inuzuka clan would have no way of knowing, Kiyoshi explained. Hokage-sama, I think his other relative could be more important. Frowning, the Sandaime sat back in his seat, reaching up to cover his mouth in thought. If Kiyoshi thought the other relative was important, then he would accept that. This person is. Well, he was his immediate family, though he did lack the Tenkichiyo. Define immediate, Kakashi asked, curiously. Immediate as in he was the father. Kiyoshi said, sounding amazed. Note was as in past tense. So who is it? Sandaime asked, propping his elbows on the desk and lacing his fingers together. He stared expectantly at the doctor, waiting, knowing that whatever was about to be said was going to make life a lot more difficult. Kiyoshi took a breath, as if what he was about to say was hard to admit. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opening them, nodded. Yondaime-sama, Kiyoshi said, tone reverent. Uzumaki-san is the son, the Yondaime Hokage. The Sandaime remained perfectly still, as if frozen, and then, for all his dignity and extensive vocabulary, said the only word that his stunned mind could conceive of: fuck. Naruto. Related to sensei? Kakashi half whispered, as if he couldn't believe it. Slumping, the Sandaime lost himself in thought for several long minutes. He had noticed the similarities in appearance before, but had marked it off to his wishful thinking. There was the fact that the Yondaime had been found in the nursery of Chernobyl Hospital that night. It was so freaking obvious. Get Naruto in my office. This is. Kakashi didn't move for a moment, and then his gaze turned ominous. Anko. What about her? Sandaime snapped. Kakashi, however, shook his head and turned, heading for the door. Nothing. Please excuse me. Then, not waiting for an answer, he was gone, the door slamming behind him. Anko? MHHMM? The Jonin managed, not looking away from the village. Why didn't we just keep going? Naruto asked, shifting to look at her. 'Cause Anko shrugged, finally glancing at him. We need to study the situation before we go rushing in. After all, we don't just have to worry about the villagers. Those rice fields are important too. Huh? They're just rice. Anko sighed and rolled her eyes, pointing at one of the fields being patrolled by a small group of genin. Fushimi isn't just a small village, they grow the highest quality rice in all of Hino Kuni. Which means they are very valuable to the economy, since their rice is used for everything from sacramental sake to the tatami in the daimyo's castle. Oh. Naruto blinked, then scratched the back of his head. So why'd Sozen decide on this place? It doesn't seem like a good place. It's not, Anko allowed, turning her attention back to the village. Normally this type of village is avoided by people in his situation, but I'm guessing he chose this place for a reason. Probably thinks that as long as he can threaten the fields, the samurai can't move against him. But what about? You know how most of the samurai are actually ninja? Sozen is Umbu, Anko explained tiredly. To an Umbu, even most field-tested jonin aren't much of a challenge in one-on-one combat. So samurai are almost a joke, especially considering that Sozen specialized in combat operations. Combat, it means he specializes at controlling teams and creating stratagems, Anko snapped, glaring at him. Which means that he'll be expecting ninja. Naruto was silent at that, looking worried, and Anko relaxed, allowing her eyes to finish the scan of the perimeter. Satisfied that they had indeed selected the best entrance point, she smiled. "Wait, what are you smiling about?" Naruto suddenly asked, his tone edged with tension. "Because Sozen is not Kakashi," Anko answered, chortling. "He's expecting a full team, not just 2 ninja. He set up his perimeter under that assumption. So to quote Yondaime, attack where the enemy doesn't expect you." Anko smirked, shifting her weight on the branch as she sat down to watch the sunset. "See, this road runs directly past the rice fields, and it has 2 teams, one at the entrance and one in the fields. But if they have 2 teams, aren't they expecting something there?" "Not really," Anko said, waving a hand dismissively. "After all, this is main entrance to the village. Nobody in their right mind would attempt to enter the village this way. You'd be spotted before you'd gotten near the walls, but because it's so obvious. You don't need good ninja there. Just ones that can see. Since Sozen's forces are limited, he's probably put his weakest and least talented genin here to deter samurai and others away by a show of force." "Right." Naruto deadpanned, sitting down next to her. "So while the stronger teams are guarding the other, least likely entrances, this is the obvious choice," Anko explained, beginning to clean one of her nails absently. "It means he's honestly not expecting anyone to attempt to come in through the front door. After all, it's common sense to enter through a back or side door." "How is that obvious?" Naruto demanded, looking thoroughly confused. "All combat is based on deception," Anko grinned, looking at him. "In other words, think outside the box," Naruto said in comprehension, before blinking. "So what if he knows you'll think he wants you to enter from the back door, but will enter from the front door? It could be a trap then, right?" "Oh yes," Anko nodded seriously. "But it's not. See, Sozen's real ground operation strength was offensive strategy. This is defensive strategy, and he's mediocre at best in that. Now if this was Kakashi, I'd still be looking for a way in, since he looks underneath the underneath." "Oh." Naruto frowned. "So you're going in now?" "No." Anko grinned sweetly at him. "I'll sneak past those 2 genin teams in the morning. Nighttime attacks are also a standard assumption." "Okay," Naruto said, nodding in acceptance, and then fell silent before glancing at her. "What if I attacked the far side of the village at the same time?" "So you're just going to walk up in full view and pick a fight with the strongest teams?" Anko asked, before chuckling, amused that he was showing some aptitude for unique strategy. "Well, that certainly is outside the box." "Great. Pause. Anyway, miso ramen is better than seafood. Oi, and pork ramen is still pretty good, but some people say it's not that healthy, but it don't matter, 'cause it tastes really." Naruto-kun. Anko cut him off, her tone overly sweet. Turning to face him, she arched an eyebrow. "Would you like me to cut off your tongue or your balls?" "Good boy." Kakashi was not prone to rash action, it simply was not his nature, which was why when he first learned of Anko's decision in recruiting Naruto for her mission, he had kept from sending teams after her. Instead, he had decided to wait and speak with the Hokage, mainly because Naruto was one of only 2 rookie genin that Kakashi could see surviving this mission, and secondly because there was information about unity he needed to share. Sadly, this was before he had discovered the connection between his sensei and the blonde prick that had stolen his precious. Now he was doing something extremely rash, not to mention dangerous. 3 days' worth of travel condensed into only a few hours. It should have been impossible. Technically, it was the Yondaime had managed it, but that was because he was the single most powerful ninja to have ever lived. He had a jutsu specially designed for such a task. All Kakashi had was his genius large chakra capacity and a D-ranked jutsu. The Shunshin no Jutsu, which was most certainly never intended for prolonged use or traveling such huge distances. It was designed for short trips, quick escapes, and little else. Of course, being the genius that he was, Kakashi had of course figured out the loopholes and used it as he pleased. The Shunshin no Jutsu balanced distance and elevation to chakra, so the further the distance and elevation the more chakra required. Kakashi had judged that the safest distance would be no more than 100 feet at a time, which was proving more or less accurate. Landing on a branch after his latest shunshin, he paused, hand pressed against the rough bark, while he recovered for a moment. Body protesting, he looked up at the sky, pondering the only question that was really worth bothering with at this point. Why had nobody ever realized Naruto's relationship to the yondaime? It could be possible for the village at large to be ignorant of the yondaime's connection to Naruto. It could also be possible that the yondaime had even hid it from the sandaime for obvious concerns. Still, that shouldn't have kept Jiraiya from saying something. Jiraiya, the one man who should have known, had acted as ignorant as anyone else. That was the real mystery so far as Kakashi was concerned. If you knew that your most prized and beloved student had family, and that that family was now completely alone, it would only make sense that you see to their welfare. You would at the very least keep tabs on them. Yet Jiraiya, who had to have known, pretended that the yondaime was the last of his family. Kakashi supposed it was possible that because of the time frame of his departure, Jiraiya could have been ignorant. Kakashi doubted that, however, and taking a moment longer he mulled over his memories, trying to glean any clues to the Sanin's actions. Finding nothing, Kakashi shrugged and prepared to move once more when a half-forgotten memory rose to the surface. It was at first glance a very superficial memory of a conversation between nurses shortly after the yondaime's funeral. Yet they had mentioned two key elements: one, that Jiraiya had visited the nursery before leaving the village, and two, he had muttered that it was for the best. Which meant that whatever reason Jiraiya had for not revealing Naruto's relationship was for the best. The best for whom or what was unclear. Could he have known about unity and their goals even then? Or was it something else? It was possible Kakashi conceded that Naruto could have been targeted by the yondaime's old enemies. But the Hokage would never have allowed anything to happen to the child. Hell, if it had been known Naruto would have been adopted almost immediately, stigma or not. So just what was the legendary ninja's reasoning behind keeping the family connection quiet? Then of course came a question he dreaded until they knew why Jiraiya had covered it up. Should Naruto even be told? Which would be Krill or Kakashi wondered silently, knowing or not knowing. Shaking his head, he set those thoughts aside, realizing that he was wasting time, and then with a burst of chakra and concentration he was moving once more. All that really mattered, Kakashi supposed, as he passed yet another 100 feet and prepared for a nearly instantaneous continuation, was that he ensured Naruto's safety. After all, no matter the crime of stealing his precious book and giving it to that woman, Kakashi was honor-bound to keep his sensei's son alive. Taking a deep breath he concentrated, and then faster than a heartbeat he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Slipping unnoticed into the village past the genin, Anko wondered at the sheer simplicity of Saozin's defense. Even if he was mediocre, he should have had a better understanding concerning defensive than just a handful of genin. There should have been traps at the very least, but instead she was able to almost brazenly walk through the front gate with the early morning sun. Hell, she probably didn't even need the Meisai Gakur now that she was actually in the village. Not that she was going to stop using it. After all, if it was so simple to enter the village, there had to be something she didn't know about. So she made sure to keep an eye on the disgruntled villagers and anything that seemed out of place. Still, there was nothing to even suggest that this village was better guarded than she had first thought. Frowning, she decided that it was time to hit the best place to gather information, which meant ducking into an alley so that she could release her Meisai Gakur and hench herself into an unassuming female. That done, she stepped back out in the streets, blending into the crowd as she began her hunt for a bar. That proved more difficult than expected. This place seemed to have a lot of taverns for such a small village, but nothing like what she needed. Still, every village had the type of bar where the lowest of the low hung out, and nobody was particularly interested in who came and went. Eventually, she found such a place, and when she entered, it was indeed the type of dive she had been looking for. The lights were dim, the air stale, with tobacco and spilt beer, and nobody bothered looking up when she entered. Satisfied, she slipped past the tables to the dirty bar, where she was greeted by the bartender, who gave her a rather lecherous smile. Anko dismissed that, however, more intent on the hand that her training told her was on its way toward her ass. Now she could have reacted like Kurenai would have grabbed the hand and broken it, or she could ignore it, which is exactly what she did. Which resulted in an expected dark glare from a common village girl. Never mind that she wanted to break his neck, then she turned her attention from the amused drunk and faced the bartender. "So what can I get you, pretty lady?" Giving an even more loathsome glare to the bartender, she slapped her money on the counter. "Sake. Strong." The bartender, picking up on her dangerous vibe, produced the bottle and cup in an instant and then moved away toward a less threatening woman. Snorting, Anko grabbed her purchase and walked over to an isolated table where she dropped into her seat and poured herself a drink. Honestly, the thing she did for Konoha. Anko wasn't sure how long she sat there watching and waiting until she finally found her target. The target in this case was a boy with shaggy hair and dirty clothes who hurried into the building and made a beeline for the bartender. "Do you have any jobs for me, Hachiro-san?" "Yes, actually, Benrai-kun. I need you to run to Sozen-sama for me and ask him nicely if he would mind paying his bill today." Finishing her sake quickly, Anko climbed to her feet and left, ducking into a side alley to await the boy's departure. Seconds later, grumbling and hurrying, Benrai came hustling out of the bar and started off down the streets. Anko moved to the rooftops and set off after him, being careful to remain unnoticed. "You call that a punch?" Naruto shouted, sidestepping the blow from the frustrated-looking boy, and then ducked a kick from the other one. "Come on, I thought you guys were ninja." It was an old tactic, one that Naruto had employed for years during his pranks, but that Anko had only recently named as the NA approach. Regardless of what it was called, it worked perfectly with each taunt the two genin he was fighting were getting sloppier and sloppier. "Oi, anyone else feel a breeze?" Naruto taunted once more, jumping this time to avoid a wild swing. Only this time, the move backfired and he was caught in a surprise attack of kunai from one of the ninja. Both ninjas seemed to watch in satisfaction as Naruto came back into contact with the ground as a now limp form surrounded by a pool of blood. Then Naruto promptly went poof. Both of course seemed disturbed by that turn of events, at least until they were sent crashing to the ground by a sharp blow to the back of the head. Guess it was just me," Naruto said, dusting his hands off before crouching down to rifle through the two unconscious ninjas' pockets, taking their money. It wasn't like they needed it, plus all this fighting was making him hungry. Standing upright, he blinked, feeling yet another couple of clones go poof, giving him the knowledge that as of now all the teams were neutralized. Grinning, he chuckled, unable to believe that these stupid guys had all fallen for his challenges. Sweet Kami, only a total moron would actually walk up to each team and demand to fight them. Now a team of Kage Bunshin with heavy usage of the Meisai Gakur was a different story. Shaking his head, Naruto stretched, looked up at the sky, then sighed. Well, now that he was done with the genin teams, he wasn't sure what to do. Shrugging, he walked to the edge of the wall and jumped to the ground, landing adroitly in the small alley created between the wall and buildings. Walking in a random direction, Naruto considered the unconscious genin and wondered at the ease with which he had won. Actually, in every encounter, none of the genin had managed to even hit him, despite the fact that some of them were decently trained. It was almost like he was above them, the same way that Anko was above him. Frowning, Naruto stopped in the middle of the alley and crossed his arms, considering that development. Well, if it was true, then that meant he'd have no trouble with the Chunin exams that Hayate had told them about. It also meant he was that much closer to Hokage. Being this strong had its benefits. He was snapped out of his musing, however, by the sound of a footstep behind him. Spinning, Naruto avoided the first slash of kunai easily enough and spared a moment on his opponent, who appeared to be a year older and sporting a scratched forehead protector. Then the boy attacked once more, and Naruto avoided this one as well, but his stomach was knotting itself up, knowing without reason that this would have to end in bloodshed and death. Naruto didn't want to do it. He tried to think of some other way to end this, but he couldn't. On the next lunge, Naruto took a step forward while ducking to the right, while his arm swept back at an angle and drove the kunai into the side of the boy's throat. Naruto expected to see a training dummy like last time. This time all he saw was the other boy's face twisted into an expression of surprise and terror. He watched with what felt like a mixture of professional interest and loathing as the blood splattered the wall behind the boy and the way the body slumped from the blow and weight. Pulling his kunai free with a sicking plop, he cleaned it, then returned it to his forearm holster before looking at the body at his feet. "Why didn't you just leave me alone?" Naruto muttered Enko's words from the forest, Kusa rattling around in his head. A moment later it dawned on him that he didn't know what to do with the body. Enko had never prepared him for this type of situation. He couldn't just leave it there, even he knew the problems with that, and he didn't want to just hide it under some boxes. That would just be wrong. After several minutes of trying to figure out what to do while dealing with his feelings, and what Enko had told him, he decided on his course of action. It took only a minute to create 2 Kage Bunshin and another few to tell them to take the body out of the village and bury it. Then after they were gone with the body in tow, he turned and headed to the streets of the village. He paused, looking around at all the people, felt the wind on his face and the sun on his neck. It was odd, he had done exactly as Enko had taught him, had done the best thing he could for his mission, yet unlike Kusa, he felt nowhere near the same amount of guilt. Like Enko had said, it was part of the job, and it was shocking just how little effort it took for him to hide what he did feel behind his mask of carefree innocence. He had been forced to take yet another life, but so what? They were ninja, they killed even Hokages. What now? Naruto mused, looking around in a careless way that would have done Enko proud. Then snapping his fingers, he thrust a finger into the air and proclaimed in a voice that he usually reserved for drawing attention and expressing excitement. "Ramen!" That shouted, he started off, a spring in his step and a smile stretched across his face. After all, when Naruto started a game of pretend, he never stopped. Enko moved quietly with all of the stealth of the expert assassin that she was. Which was a nice change of pace, really. After spending so much time training Naruto, it was just nice to go back to what she was truly gifted at, her art. Even if she couldn't kill Sozen, she could maim him, and at the very least she got to practice. Grinning, she landed noiselessly on the roof across from a 3-story building and watched the boy she had been following hurry up the stairs to knock. Her grin slipped a notch, however, when nobody answered and the boy began beating on the door, before letting out a loud curse and storming off. For some reason, the lack of activity filled her with a sense of dread. Jumping from her perch, she landed adroitly on the street and approached the door, then checking to see if anyone was around, she used a kunai to pry the door open. Stepping inside the building, she hesitated, her finely tuned senses telling her that something was off in a bad way. Moving quietly, she checked the entire first floor, then slipping up the stairs, careful to not step on a board that looked as if it was about to creak, she checked the second floor. The rooms were clean, they even looked moderately lived in, but there was nobody around. Of course the genin were busy, probably getting their asses kicked by Naruto, but still there should have been someone to answer the door. Even Sozen himself. Frowning, she moved toward the bottom of the second flight of stairs, only to pause. Kneeling, she reached out and touched the dark liquid she had noticed, assuring herself that it was indeed blood. Her muscles tightened as she studied it, and then she looked up, straining her eyes to see the dim landing. Yes, there was a body up there, and from the angle it looked pretty bad. Hurrying up the stairs, she found that the body belonged to a boy a year or so older than Naruto, whose throat had been slit. Eyes darting around the floor, she didn't find a hint of a fight, which meant this boy had been taken by surprise. Taking a moment to shut the now glassy eyes, she paused, studying his features. There was very little decay or smell. Plus the blood was still wet, which meant this was a recent kill. Sozen. Enko hissed at the realization that if this was what she thought, then he was probably dead or dying. Relying on her instincts, she darted for the far room and then skidded to a halt, biting back a curse. There was Sozen lying in a pool of his own blood. Enko quickly assessed the room, noting that there had been a brief fight, probably a last-second attempt on Sozen's behalf. Entering the room, she knelt, frowning. Whoever had done this knew she had been nearby and had purposely avoided assassination jutsu. This had been a professional job, thought out to the last little detail, which meant an umbu who specialized in assassination. Which means unity is a whole lot more dangerous than we thought. You have no idea. Enko reacted instantly, spinning around toward the voice as a kunai fell into her hand. When she realized it was Kakashi, there was a moment in which she was about to kill him anyway. After all, there was no conceivable way that he should have been there, but she realized that if whoever had killed Sozen had wanted to kill her, he would have just done it. "Yo," the white-haired man said, giving a two-fingered salute even as he entered the room completely. "How'd you get here?" "They don't call me a genius for nothing," the masked commander remarked, reaching into his hip pouch and tossing her the small pack he took out. "You know what to do, right?" "Yeah," Anko grumbled, putting her weapon away. "I still want to know how you got here." "I used the Shunshin no Jutsu, how else?" the man remarked, casually, as he leaned against the wall, near the window. "The Shunshin no Jutsu," Anko repeated in disbelief. "You traveled almost 100 miles using that?" "Impossible. The Shunshin no Jutsu only works over a short distance." "Ah," Kakashi said, raising a finger, his single eye closing in a happy curve. "It depends on the amount of chakra you have at your disposal as well as the distance and elevation. Since I have a large amount of chakra and the elevation was level, all that really mattered was the distance. So you used several shorter trips to cover the distance instead of just one long trip, which really would have been impossible," Anko said, then frowned. "But doing that, you would have used up almost all of your chakra. Which is why I brought soldier pills." "Ah." Anko smirked, turning to the body. "You do know that if you take enough, your balls will shrink, right?" At the prolonged silence that greeted her statement, Anko chuckled, setting to work on the body. "So did you see who got this bastard?" "No," Kakashi said, his tone hinting at annoyance. "I arrived about 10 minutes ago, right around when Naruto picked his first fight." "Ah, speaking of which," Kakashi responded casually, "what exactly have you been teaching that boy? Why did he scare you?" Anko asked, teasingly, busy fingerprinting the body for later identification. "I ask because that's not a genin," Kakashi said blandly. "That's a ninja being trained specifically for assassination. Hibi style, from the way my Sharingan kept losing track of him during the fights, my Seigekure no Jutsu, and I think he tried the Kanashibari no Jutsu. Guess the Shihohapo Shuriken and Futon de Tapa were a bit much to use in the village," Anko muttered as she put the fingerprints away and began to place seals on the body for transportation. "Did you get to see his mysterious grass jutsu?" "He won't let me see it at all." "No," Kakashi said. "How'd he learn a grass jutsu?" "The Shaoshi of Kusa gave him something that looked like a jutsu scroll," Anko explained with a shrug. "Well, still, nothing you've taught him should be taught to a genin. He's got a knack for it," Anko explained without really explaining, while turning to face the copycat ninja as she sealed the body into a scroll that she tossed to him. "You never did tell me why you came all this way." "Well," Kakashi leaned forward, eye alight with a unique seriousness. "Confidentially, Anko, you never asked why I came all this way." Anko blinked, then slapped her forehead. "You've just been waiting to say that to someone, haven't you?" "Maybe," Kakashi admitted in amusement before turning serious. "As for why I'm here, it concerns unity and the Yondame's legacy." "The Yondame's legacy?" Anko repeated before blinking. "What does that have to do with unity?" "Wait, how exactly do you know even more about unity?" "It's complicated," Kakashi said, crossing his arms. "Basically, I set a variation of the canary trap and we stumbled across a unity member." "Who?" "Shurden from the Tentojuhu department," Kakashi explained darkly. "Shurden, why am I not surprised?" Anko said, climbing to her feet, almost unsurprised at the fact that the spy would be from the unit in Umbu that specialized in information. "So what exactly are they after, and how's it involve whatever this Yondame legacy is?" "Their primary goal is to unite the country of fire and Konoha under one banner, one ruler, the Hokage." "Well, that's a give me," Anko remarked. "True, but they're also targeting all relatives of current and former Hokages," Kakashi explained, eye narrowing slightly. Shurden didn't know why or for what purpose, but somehow I doubt it's to give them sweets. Maybe to use the vast public and what little politic weight they carry, Anko suggested with a frown. "After all, getting relatives of former Hokages to join behind your goal of unification would be a good idea." "Possible," Kakashi admitted. It's also possible to control the Hokage by using them as hostages. The Sandaime would be unable to act against them if they were threatening his grandson or one of the former Hokage's relatives. Yet Anko scowled before sighing. But you still haven't told me what the Yondaime's legacy is or how it affects unity, or why it brought you all the way out here. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu Kakashi version. The masked Jonin said, creating 6 Kage Bunshin before sending them out to secure the building and apply anti-spying seals. That finished, he cleared his throat and fixed her with a serious gaze. I'll tell you, but you cannot mention this. Ever. Not even to Naruto. Fine, Anko waved a hand, serious, though she was hiding it with nonchalance. What could be this important that the Umbu commander would go to this much trouble to secure an entire building? Also, why did he forbid her to tell this to Naruto? What could he have to do with what she was about here? The Yondaime Hokage had a relative, Kakashi said slowly, his voice tight. A son. Because of unity and the unsecure nature of this building, the only way to refer to him was the Yondaime's legacy. Whoa, Anko said, realizing why he had been so anxious to get her and would seal the building so securely. This was major news, and it was personal. The Yondaime had been important to the masked ninja. So, he's in the village? For the moment, Kakashi answered, crossing his arms and tilting his head. You do remember where they discovered the Yondaime, correct? Huh? Yeah, at Chernobyl Hospital, the one that was attacked after the Kyuubi. Anko paused, a frown marrying her features as suddenly everything he had said and she knew connected at breakneck speed. Wait. He was in nursery and Naruto, but they couldn't during the exam. Kiyoshi-san ran the heredity test. Kakashi fixed her with an intense stare. We know Naruto's mother obviously had to have died at birth, and the father was obviously in the battle against the Kyuubi, and the only logical reason the Yondaime was in the nursery was to see his son. Anko finished in a daze. Oh. Fuck. That's what the Hokage said. Well, at least nobody knows, right? For the moment, Kakashi agreed. Hokage-sama will probably suppress the test until Naruto's been told, and I'm going to see if I can talk him out of revealing it until we can find Jiraiya or stop unity. Anko nodded in understanding and then snapped her fingers, smirking as she remembered what had prompted the heredity test in the first place. So was I right? Kakashi sighed in response and lowered his head, which Anko correctly took as admitting that she was right, and Naruto did have a bloodline ability. Aha. I knew it. We should get back to Konoha. Not until you admit I was right. Anko said gleefully, then watched as he shook his head and pushed off the wall, heading for the door. Pouting, Anko went after him, her voice excited. Say it. Kakashi, you bastard. Say that I was right. Here you go. Naruto, the blonde in question, grinned, stacking his currently empty bowl in the second stack he had started. Bowing, he offered a thank you and dove into yet the next severing of the steamingly delicious ramen. True, while it was not a Chiraka ramen by any stretch of the imagination, it was still some pretty damn good stuff, and they had over 99 varieties. So far, the first 75 had been great, and as he slurped his latest serving down, he rounded that number up to 76. Looking up, he grinned at the amused husband and wife Tsubaki Toshiro and Aimi newlyweds who wanted 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, and saluted with his chopsticks. Oi, another winner. Haha. Toshiro said, kissing his wife's cheek happily. You were right, dear, of course, Aimi said, grinning as she turned to the menu. So let's see. We only have 23 more to go, so which one do you want to try next, Naruto-kun? Slurping the noodles up, he grinned at the woman, deep in thought. I'm not sure how about why am I not surprised? A new voice suddenly said from the entrance. Naruto turned, eyes widening slightly as he spotted Anko and then Kakashi. Still, he couldn't help but grin at the woman she was after all, sort of smirking. Anko. Yeah, hey runt. The Jonin returned, casually eyeing the 2 stacks of empty bowls. Yeesh, did you eat everything on the menu? Not yet, Toshiro said happily from behind the counter. He's only got 23 more to go. Wait a minute. Naruto suddenly interjected, blinking as he looked at Kakashi once more. What's he doing here? His job, Anko said blandly, crossing her arms. So I take it you finished yours? Huh? Naruto blinked, then grinned, slurping down his remaining noodles. Yeah, no biggie. Anko, I didn't know you had enough money to afford all this. Kakashi suddenly interjected, as if finally noticing the bulls. Oi, I paid in advance. Naruto interjected, glaring at the man slightly. Shouldn't you be out reading a naughty book in public? Kakashi looked at him. Naruto looked back. Kakashi stared. Naruto shivered, feeling the killing intent radiating from the man. So anyway, you rent time to get a move on. Anko said, as if she was perfectly obvious to the murderous feelings Kakashi was sending to Naruto. Do I gotta go? Naruto pleaded, his attention suddenly diverted away from his immediate death. Seeing her glare, he sighed, turning back to the slightly disappointed-looking couple. I gotta go, guys. But I'll be back to try those other 23 flavors. I promise. Aimi smiled and leaned over, kissing his forehead fondly. We'll be here. Naruto-kun. Toshiro nodded his agreement as Naruto finished his noodles and then joined Anko and Kakashi as they left the ramen stand. None of the ninja in question said a word, just walked almost as if they were a family of some sort until they were beyond the walls of the village. Okay, so where'd you get the money for all that ramen? Anko asked, curiously. Those genin I beat up. Naruto answered, brightly. Figured it was the least they could do for me, 'cause I worked up an appetite you wouldn't believe. I know I can remember this one time in Waterfall when I was still in the Umbu, and I had to take out this missing Nin and his groupies. Sweet Kami, I was starving by the time I was done, and well, they weren't using their money anytime soon, Anko said, grinning. My captain said that was a bad habit though, at least until I bought him a book. Which she promptly destroyed. Kakashi deadpanned. Don't let her fool you, Naruto. Anko has no sense of taste when it comes to literature. Naruto blinked, staring between the two older ninja, and then frowned. It took a few minutes to put the conversation into context, but suddenly he realized that these two had known each other for a long time and that he could picture just what kind of book it had been. He was even preparing to make a joke until he realized that they were not heading for the captured genin. Oi, where are we going? Back to Konoha. The samurai can handle the genin, Kakashi answered with a pleasant upturning of his eye. Unless you want to miss the Chunin exams. And risk having that Yamanaka girl castrate you. The more I hear about that girl the more I like her. Anko interjected with obvious amusement. Naruto, however, was just staring with wide-eyed horror at the concept of what he was now facing. It wasn't bad enough he had Anko trying to make him less than a man, but now apparently he had to worry about Ino wanting to do the same thing. That was honestly the last thing he needed, two psycho girls. Relax, Naruto. She prefers verbally castration from what I hear. Unlike Anko. The white-haired man said in amusement. True, Anko grinned, looking at Kakashi and Naruto in that disturbingly pleasant way she had. Want me to demonstrate? Both men shook their heads, no, rapidly, looking terrified. Anko just pouted. Naruto Altered History Chapter 13 of Family and Training. The Sandaime dozed fitfully behind his desk, his joints stiff and sore. It had been one of his favorite pastimes when he had first become Hokage, but now it was painful. Giving up on his nap, he opened his eyes, staring at his empty office and feeling the crushing weight more than ever. This was not his time. He was not supposed to be Hokage. Kami, it wasn't fair. He was tired and sore. He shook the feelings off quickly. What was pain to him now but a constant companion? He was Hokage, and it was pointless to complain about things that couldn't be changed. The Yondaime was dead. That was karma. Anko had risked Naruto's life. That was karma. Speaking of Naruto and Anko, according to Kakashi, they were supposed to be returning today. Looking at the clock on the wall, he raised an eyebrow, watching the minutes tick past. Sighing, he shook his head. They should have been here an hour ago. A moment later, Kakashi and the other two entered, and the Sandaime sighed. Of course the copycat ninja would be in the lead, and of course the entire group would be late. Naruto blinked looking around and Anko rolled her eyes. Ah, Kakashi-san, Naruto-kun. Anko-san, Sandaime said, then noticing Anko's wince fixated on Naruto. Ah, would you mind sitting down, Naruto-kun? We have something rather important to discuss. The blonde blinked uncertainty, then glancing at Anko moved to the chair in front of the Sandaime's desk and sat down. Okay, you Billy Goat, what you want to talk about? The Sandaime blinked, then shook his head, allowing the casualness to slide for the moment. Far more important problems were going on at the moment. Naruto, Sandaime said, clearing his throat as he stared at the blonde ninja across from him. He paused for a moment, realizing that there really was no other word to describe him. Sandaime had seen those eyes, before the set of that jaw. Everything screamed ninja. For the first time, he seriously began to consider the boy's potential as a possible successor. Ah, the Yondaime would have been so proud. Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked, interrupting his stroll down memory lane. Huh? Oh yes, sorry. The Sandaime said, berating himself for going off into his memories. Shifting his attention back to the curious boy, he sighed, lacing his fingers together. Naruto, before anything else I just want to say. I'm proud of you. You seem to be growing up. Just a few months ago, you'd have been pulling some wild prank or causing a ruckus, and now. Well, instead of a troublemaker, I have a ninja standing in front me. Air. Well thanks, Naruto said, sounding pleased even as he scratched at his cheek absently. Now then, Sandaime said, seriously lowering his eyes to a folder on his desk. You remember that you underwent an exam not too long ago, correct? Huh, yeah. Naruto growled. That bastard Kiyoshi-san did exactly as his job required, Sandaime interrupted, seriously looking up at the blonde. It is the exam, however, that I wish to discuss. Naruto, have you ever noticed anything odd about yourself? Like how fast you heal? No. I heal like everyone else, right? Sandaime exchanged a glance with Kakashi, then chuckled. Not quite. Actually, most people would love to heal the way you do. Well, that's sorta neat. Naruto said, blinking. So can I go train now? 'Cause I want Anko to show me some more wind jutsu in a minute, Sandaime interrupted, then paused, considering how best to reveal this information. Maybe not all the details, as it would confuse the poor boy, and nothing about the Yondaime, for obvious reasons. Then he realized that he had the easiest way to explain things right before him. You know about bloodlines, correct? Air. Iruka-sensei mentioned them once, I think, Naruto said with a shrug. I kinda slept through that class. Well, okay, Sandaime said, drumming his fingers against his desk. Okay, within the world of ninja, there are certain abilities. These are called family abilities and advanced bloodlines. Family abilities are skills or jutsu that can be taught. Why, like how Anko's teaching me? Exactly, Sandaime said with a nod. Only the family abilities aren't taught outside of a family and are very jealously guarded. Advanced bloodlines, on the other hand, they can't be taught at all. They have to be inherited and are unique to only certain families. You mean like how the Uchiha all have that weird eye thing? The Sharingan, Sandaime said, smiling slightly. Yes, now then. These advanced bloodlines are frowned upon by some people. Well, that's stupid, yes it is. Sandaime nodded. So Konoha is seen as a refuge for advanced bloodlines since we openly embrace them. Even encourage them. But some by the time they reach us are already dying out, and we can do nothing to stop this. Sometimes only a single child from these lost clans will have the ability and never know it. Most often these become villagers and the bloodline disappears. Okay, Naruto said slowly. So why are you telling me about all of that? Haven't you ever wondered, Naruto-kun, Kakashi suddenly said from his spot near the wall, why exactly you came through that incident in the hospital? Even as an enemy plant you should have died. Well yeah, but... Naruto trailed off, frowning. In the exam you took among other tests is one to locate advanced bloodlines, Sandaime continued seriously. We found one, though there are no previous records of the ability. I have an advanced bloodline? Yes, Sandame said, leaning back in his seat. It's called the Tenkichiyo. It's a rather handy ability too. Provided you don't take an attack that kills you immediately, you'll live through pretty much anything. We think. Sandame explained, then paused, watching the boy closely. He could see the surprise and the fear washing over his face. Then the anger, and then a sort of calm that had him slightly worried. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Oi, I'm fine, Naruto said, looking at him in that carefree way of his. Can I go now? Yes, Sandame said, sitting forward. Naruto, one thing. Your ability, I would caution against talking about it with too many people. Maybe only the ones you trust most. Oi, I'm not Sasuke. Naruto said indignantly, before jumping to his feet and bolting for the door. Later. The Sandame stared after him for a moment, worried, then shook it off, looking at Anko. She looked slightly worried, but when she looked at him, he saw the familiar defiant fire in her eyes. You shouldn't have let him go. Maybe, Sandame said blandly. Anko-san, tell me something. What made Naruto so important that you'd kidnap him out of the village for a mission? Huh? Well, I was just wondering, Sandame said with a shrug. After all, you never asked for permission. Never cleared it with Hayate-san, who could have had a mission or team training planned. You merely took the boy out of the village on a mission he was not cleared for. But he did fine. Anko said heatedly. Better than fine. Yes, Sandame said tiredly. But that is not the point. You showed poor judgment and risked his life needlessly. That isn't the point either. I entrusted you with that mission and for you to act so rashly. But Anko-san, please. I am tired and it's been a long day. I would appreciate it if you left. He saw the various emotions on her face and then watched as she stood, turned, and walked out of the office. Turning to Kakashi, he lowered his voice to a whisper. Fetch Kiyoshi-san. Yes, Kakashi said seriously. I do think you were a bit harsh. I mean, your original goal was to get Anko and Naruto to heal each other, and on the way back she was almost normal. I'd even say a sister to him. Yes, Sandame said, feeling a chill race along his spine. I am aware of that, and by first denying her access and then questioning her judgment toward him, I am making her aware of how important he is to her. Which will pull them closer together. Ah, Kakashi said simply. Yes, now Kiyoshi-san, please. Nodding, Kakashi hurried out of the room, allowing the Sandame to relax and massage his chest. He was no doctor, but he could feel the sands in the hourglass falling more rapidly than ever. One of the first things Shino's father had taught him was that the Aburame were not the masters of the bugs that lived inside them. It was a partnership, almost a marriage, and that to abuse one's Kakashi family was the same as abusing one's wife or child. To complicate matters, there was the emotional and mental connection between host and bugs, which could affect the relationship. This was the reason behind the curious and slightly worrisome near-constant placid state all Aburame maintained. Keeping all of this in mind, Shino had set out a week ago to re-establish the trust and balance in his relationship with his Kakashi family. It had been a strained and tedious affair, but finally they were working as one once more, though they were still a tad skittish. Still, as he concentrated and sent his desire to form a wall, they responded quickly. Finally able to perform the Mushikabe no Jutsu without falling apart, Shino allowed them a moment to rest. Sitting under a tree, once more he quietly considered everything that had happened since gaining Naruto as a teammate. Some of it was hard to fathom, some of it easy, and he was still no closer to answering his original concern about the effect of Naruto's chakra on his family. None of them could even suggest an explanation, and his father, when they had briefly spoken, had been unhelpful. Shaking it off, Shino climbed to his feet one last time, silently checking with his family that they were ready for this final exercise for the day. Receiving confirmation, he nodded and sent his desire to them. The bugs hesitated and then finally began to move, albeit slowly, into a vaguely humanoid shape. Satisfied with that, Shino cast the wordless henge to create his own likeness over the bugs. This stage of the Mushi Bunshin no Jutsu cleared, he took a moment to catch his breath and then nodded slightly. Let's begin. The mushy clone nodded in response and charged toward him with a basic round kick which caught Shino by surprise. The stoic ninja merely went with the blow as he had learned performing a side roll before regaining his feet with just enough time to catch the incoming punch from the mushy clone. This was followed by a hooking leg sweep which took out the clone's feet and sent it crashing into the earth. A minute later, the clone became once more his Kakacha family, all of whom were quite pleased with the brief match. Shino himself shared their sentiment, congratulating them as they all made their way back to their home in his body. While not instantaneous like his father's, it was effective and it would improve over time. Looking around, he took a breath, then exhaled, wondering what he should do now that they had re-established trust between them. He could practice even more, but he felt that would be overtaxing for both them and himself, which meant he should go back to the Aburame home and read through the family scrolls. It would be best to know and understand as much as he could, even if the library had been severely damaged during the Kyuubi's attack. Nodding with hands in his pockets, he started back toward his house. For some reason, the village looked different to him, almost unreal. Naruto wasn't sure why or how, all he knew was that it was different. The vendors were all around talking loudly, a few shooting him dark glares, others ignoring him. Yet it was all so different and strange. He had a bloodline. He could slit that man's throat without breaking a sweat. What had his father been like? His mother? He could rob that shopkeeper and never be caught. Did he have brothers? Where was his family? Dead? Had they just abandoned him? He had a bloodline. His thoughts were disrupted when he ran into something solid, which sent him tumbling on his ass. Looking up with a glare ready to shout at whatever had done that to him, he found himself staring up at Iruka. The scarred Chunin blinked and looked down, surprise on his face. Naruto? Iruka-sensei? Naruto managed, realizing just how long it had actually been since he had seen the older man. Well, Iruka said, holding a hand out to help him up. It's been a while. I guess I shouldn't be surprised though, huh? Yeah, Naruto said non-committally, then remembered to smile brightly. I'm getting really strong and awesome. I'll be Hokage soon, no doubt. Iruka raised an eyebrow and then smiled back, reaching out to muss his hair fondly. I bet you will be. For some reason, Naruto felt the smile on his face become more natural, despite the fact that he used to hate having that done. Then he blinked, realizing what time it was. Wait, aren't you supposed to be teaching class? Well, actually, Iruka said, scratching the side of his nose, I'm just waiting for my latest teaching assistant to get the kids together. We're having class outside today, Naruto said, crossing his arms as he nodded. He had turned and taken 2 steps when Iruka grabbed the back of his jacket and held him in place. Why, let me go. Hold on, Iruka said, a smirk on his face. You know, I was just thinking about who to ask to speak to the class today. Huh? Naruto managed, twisting around to stare at the man in befuddlement. What the hell are you talking about? I know you slept and skipped class a lot, Iruka said reproachfully, but you do remember when we had the Hokage come by to talk to you, right? Or that time we got Haruno-san? Huh? Naruto blinked, his memory hazy on the exact details. Why didn't they talk to us about? Being ninja or something? Exactly, Iruka said, releasing his jacket. This time I was thinking about getting someone closer to the age of the students. A recently graduated genin. Naruto blinked, then felt a chill race up his spine as suspicion crept into his mind. Iruka couldn't want him. But why? No, Naruto was just imagining it. Besides, what could he say to a bunch of? Not that Iruka was actually meaning that he wanted him to. Oh Kami, this was not a good idea. So what do you think? Iruka said, his smirk now a grin. What the hell would I say? Iruka shrugged, but his grin never faded. Just talk to them, explain what it's like being a ninja. Naruto frowned, kicking at the ground absently. This was the last thing he needed or wanted to do. Maybe if he hadn't just found out about his bloodline. It was all too complicated, too confusing, and hurtful. He would never admit it out loud, but this entire ordeal had reopened the raw wounds concerning his family. Still looking at Irika, he couldn't bring himself to say no. After all, Irika had been the first one to really acknowledge him as a ninja. He owed it to the older man. Okay, Naruto finally said. Irika patted his shoulder and nodded. Great, I really appreciate this. Come on, we don't want to be late. Both walked in silence for several minutes before Irika checked his watch. We need to hurry, come on. The man took off and Naruto followed, lost in thoughts about his family and what exactly he was getting himself into. 20 minutes later, they were bounding from roof to roof before spying the rooftop of the academy. Naruto landed adroitly next to Irika, eyeing the class almost warily. Had it really been just a few months ago that he had been in the academy? It seemed like a lifetime ago, meeting Anko Kusa, meeting his new team and dealing with the Kumo Iki unity, and soon the Chunin exams. It just seemed impossible that all of that could have happened in just a little over 2 months. I promised you guys something special, Irika was saying to the interested-looking class. Well, not only are we having class outside today, but I've asked someone to speak with hey. A voice suddenly shouted, followed by a familiar brown-haired runt jumping to his feet to point at Naruto. How dare you show your face here? Huh? Naruto blinked, looking away from the faces on the mountain to stare at the child. Oi, aren't you the ninja that is going to defeat you? The boy shouted and then darted forward, a kunai flashing from somewhere, his scarf fluttering behind him. Naruto naturally reacted the only way he could. He promptly brought his foot up and let the kid slam face first into it. Looking at the now dazed boy, he blinked and snapped his fingers in recognition. Oi, it's Konohamaru. Naruto. Irika shouted. What? Naruto asked defensively. He's the one that charged me with a weapon. He's lucky I didn't force-feed it to him. That's the Sandame's grandson. Irika shouted, looking horrified. I know. Naruto blinked, then looked back down at a recovering Konohamaru. Why didn't I tell you the next time you charged me I was going to kill you? Konohamaru blinked, then hopped to his feet. Aha, that was just a test, Mizan. As my rival, I had to make sure that you were not getting rusty. Naruto blinked. Konohamaru blinked. Go sit your ass down, I will. Konohamaru never finished his sentence since Naruto bashed him on top of his head, which knocked him on his ass. Oi. Are you deaf? Naruto. Irika shouted, but the blonde merely shrugged while Konohamaru rubbed at his head. Breathing heavily, the scared Chunin turned back to the shocked class and continued firmly. I've asked Naruto to talk with you about being ninja. He's a recent graduate and he's preparing for the Chunin exam. And I'm going to be the next Hokage. Naruto added firmly. What? Konohamaru shouted, jumping to his feet. You can't be the next Hokage. Why not? Because I'm going to be the next Hokage. Idiot. Who'd acknowledge a punk like you? Naruto asked, bashing him on the head again. Ow. Konohamaru shouted, rubbing at his head. Well, becoming Hokage isn't that hard. Especially if you take shortcuts, a boy said, sounding smug. Oi, you're an even bigger idiot than Konohamaru, Naruto interrupted, glaring at the boy. Hokage is the name of the greatest ninja in the village. If you just think it's going to be easy, then you'll never be Hokage. There are no shortcuts. There's always shortcut. No, there isn't, Naruto said, clenching his fist. Whoever thinks like that should give up on being a ninja right now. Why? A girl asked anxiously, glancing at the boy who had just been talking. Because even if being Hokage isn't your dream, being a ninja requires dedication and hard work, Naruto said, his memory flashing to the countless times Anko had broken his arm. You'll get hurt and you'll bleed. But you have to keep going. You'll have to do things that you don't want to, hard things, and if you take a shortcut, then you'll never get anywhere. Naruto-san, the shy girl said, raising her hand yet again, and then seeing she had his attention, continued with her question. What's the hardest thing you've ever had to do? Naruto paused, then looked all of them over, before looking at the roof between his feet. The hardest thing he ever had to do? A flash of a ninja, barely older than himself, dying in a spray of blood, filled his mind. I killed someone. At the collective murmurs, he looked up, raising his voice slightly. It's part of being a ninja, was it hard? Another boy asked, curiosity in his voice. They say. The first time is the hardest, but it's not, Naruto said slowly, thinking about his experiences. The first time is easy, it's over before you realize it since you're not really thinking about it. The hard one is the second time. You think about what you're doing, you know that you're about to do it, and you do it anyway. Naruto-san, another boy asked, looking at the blonde. Doesn't it bother you? Naruto blinked, then frowned slightly. No, it's part of being a ninja. I don't believe you. Talk to me, Naruto said, bristling slightly in anger. After you've killed someone. It's very simple, either you accept that you'll have to kill or you get killed. But I don't wanna. A girl said, eyes wide. Why should we have to? To kill each other? Because, Naruto said in annoyance, crossing his arms. If you don't, then who will? There were a lot of things Ino would never understand. For example, why the sky was blue, why clouds looked like marshmallows, why her mother sighed disappointedly every time she talked about a mission instead of cooking, Shino's obsession with bugs, or Naruto's fascination with orange and noodles. Mostly, though, Ino couldn't understand how she got herself into hopeless situations. As an example, there was the current situation of her kenjutsu training. Oh sure, at first, after Hayate's rather hardcore speech, it hadn't been so bad. For the first 2 days Ino had found it fun and exciting. She worked on channeling chakra through her practice sword, the 9 basic attacks, drawing and sheathing the sword quickly, basic footwork, and even target practice. All of that had been fine, perfectly understandable. Even the chakra building and stamina exercises had been no problem. On the 3rd day, they had stepped up the training, putting all of what she had learned together in dozens of sparring matches. By the 4th day she was exhausted every waking moment and hungry almost all the time. Her hands stung, her legs and arms were sore, and worst of all, she had yet to see a bath. It was only through sheer determination that she had made it through that day and the next. On the 6th day she had been introduced to the basics again, but this time blindfolded. She still had bruises from the rocks she was supposed to be blocking. Now on the 7th day she was once more sparring Hayate, thankfully without a blindfold. Or more correctly, Ino was trying to hide from the insane man nursing her injured left shoulder. Apparently, Hayate did not believe in light taps. Or at least not what a sane person would consider a light tap. So Ino dearly wanted to know what in the hell had ever possessed her to put herself in this damn situation. Glancing at the sun while putting a hand on her shoulder, Ino let out a relieved breath. Just a few more hours and this part of her training would be over. Chakra building and stamina training were cakewalks when compared to this torture. That was when she felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. It was more instinct than training that she managed a forward roll, hurting her shoulder even more before regaining her feet while spinning around to see Hayate rebounding from the tree she had just been sitting against. This time it was her training that allowed her to deflect his spinning slash and the next 2 chopping motions of his sword. Pushing away, Ino grasped her sword with both hands, eyes never leaving the sick-looking man across from her. Moving slowly, almost cat-like, she began to circle him and was disappointed to find that he was mirroring her perfectly. It became a game of waiting of who would be impatient or confident enough to attack first and possibly end the fight. Hayate moved first, darting forward almost faster than Ino could follow his sword slashing downward at an angle. Ino managed to bring her sword up and around in a block, forcing the practice swords to swirl around until her sword spun free and she brought it back around in a heavy slash. Hayate, however, caught her sword with his own and held it in check, an impassive look on his face. Disengaging, Ino quickly took 2 steps back, dropping her sword to knock Hayate's follow-up slash aside. Twirling her practice sword, finally feeling confident enough to do so, the kunoichi settled into a ready-to-attack position, weapon held straight up in a double-handed grip, and recentered herself. Ino frowned, studying the man for any openings only to find none. "Damn it," Ino whispered, and then rushed forward. Hayate met her halfway through her rush, their practice swords clashing in whirling slashes, stabs and lunges. The 2 of them moved in a sort of dance, with Ino attempting to mirror the way that Hayate used his sword. Seeing a sudden opening, Ino lunged, and then when that was blocked, she spun with the momentum and came around in a low slash at her sensei's ankles, only to find nothing but air. The man attacked from behind and Ino spun just in time to block 4 rapid-fire attacks, grunting as the 2 blades crossed and each exerted their strength against the others. "Better," Hayate said, simply looking tired as ever. Ino merely grunted, then pushing away skipped backwards, blocking the 3 blows that followed her retreat. Panting, she shifted her grip on the sword, hands almost raw from the rough surface and the vibrations each blow caused. Glaring at her sensei, Ino was annoyed to find him smiling at her. Before she could even think about attacking, he beat her to the punch. Ino brought up the practice sword just in time to parry Hayate's first slash, then his sudden thrust at Ino's left thigh. Backing away, Ino cursed under her breath, unable to believe his speed. After several more minutes, Ino decided that all things being equal, it was time to go on the offensive once more. Yelling, Ino feinted and lunged in with a quick 1-2, which sadly Hayate parried effortlessly. "You're dropping your right shoulder a bit," Hayate commented, his practice sword blocking a series of slashes aimed at his face and chest. Infuriated, she stepped up her attacks, feinting toward his chest, and then as he moved to block, that changed her attack so that she was slashing at his neck. There was a loud crack as her blade stopped with a jarring force against his own. Glancing at her blade, Hayate looked back at her, raising an eyebrow as if mildly impressed. Spinning suddenly, Ino made another lunge at his chest, yelling furiously. For one brief instant Ino thought she would actually hit him, but then he pivoted on the ball of his foot and spun around so that he was behind her. "You're overextending yourself," Hayate said casually, and then without further ado pushed her from behind, sending her face first into the dirt. Ino lay there for a moment, almost willing herself to pass out, and then, sighing, climbed to her feet, turning to face him with her sword held tightly. "What the hell is wrong with me?" "Nothing. I've been training for a week." "That's 70 hours of nothing but kenjutsu." Ino snapped, glaring at him. "I should be better than this." Ino, you are better than you realize. In a little under a week you've mastered the 9 basic cuts and learned the first form of the basic fire country kenjutsu style, Hayate explained patiently. "You are actually very talented at kenjutsu. I'd almost say a genius." "I should still be better," Ino fumed, turning her glare to the forest. She wasn't sure where that sentiment came from, but it was inside her, almost shouting it, and Ino knew it to be true. "We have 1 week left," Hayate said, crouching down next to her. "Everything I've taught you so far is the typical fire country style. Flips, footwork, and complicated sword patterns. As of now I will teach you Tsukiyo-dori." "Tsukiyo-dori?" Ino repeated, turning to stare at her sensei. "Yes, I created it because of my health. All it requires is control, precision, and timing. There is no wasted movement, no wasted energy, no complicated footwork," Hayate said with a slight nod. "It grants almost total protection and allows you to attack at the most opportune moment. Nobody else has even been able to master a single dance, but I think you can." "You do?" Ino blinked, then frowned slightly. "A dance? Like what good are dances?" "Ninjutsu, involving the sword," Hayate said, standing up once more. "Hidden techniques that nobody else knows. There's only 10 of them. And you think I can learn them?" "Yes, if you want to truly learn Tsukiyo-dori," Hayate said with a nod. "So what do these dances look like?" In response, Hayate turned, then in one fluid motion lifted his sword, twisted it around and dropped to one knee, driving the tip of the sword into the ground. "Dance of the Crashing Dragon." Ino felt the earth rumble under her slightly, then watched in amazement as the ground between Hayate and the post exploded. Shielding her face, Ino watched as best she could as the man stood upright once more and pulled his sword free from the earth. It was amazing, it was mind-blowing, it was beyond anything Ino had ever seen. She had to learn how to do that. When the dust finally settled, Hayate turned to stare at her, his face serious. That dance is considered C rank and is a good distraction or interruption technique. You start by gathering your chakra into the blade of your sword and then you drive it into the ground and release. Seems easy enough. Ino couldn't help but remark before seeing the way he stared at her. How it seems and how it is are two different things, Hayate said before coughing into his hand for several minutes. When he finally stopped, he looked up at her, his face almost a grimace. Hayate-sensei, are you? Ino started to ask, moving toward him only to stop short when he interrupted her. I'm fine, the man said, coughing once more into his cupped hand. I've been sick for a long time, Ino, this is nothing. Let's begin. Ino nodded reluctantly, eyeing the man once more, and set to work. Still, she had a leaden feeling in her stomach that something was wrong with the whole situation. Though nobody thought about it, Mitarashi Enko was an orphan. Even she rarely if ever thought about that fact, since she was very much a now person. The fact remained that Enko had grown up without a family for a good portion of her life until Orochimaru had taken her under his guidance. That was why she was traveling from roof to roof, searching from the Hokage mountain to that ramen stand he loved so much, and hunted through the training fields. No orphan could be told anything about his or her family and not react, though the reaction itself would vary. For Enko, after learning why her family had abandoned her, she had devoted herself completely to Orochimaru. Naruto would react differently, but still she had to find and help him. Despite what the Hokage thought, he was more important to her than anything had been in a long time. So she was not about to let him freak out and try to handle this on his own. Entering training area 25, she paused at the rapid-fire sound of impact against nearly petrified wooden training posts. Unsurprised that he would be pouring himself into that, she leaned against a tree, arms crossed, watching him as he muttered under his breath and tore into the post for all he was worth. He was moving with a great deal more grace than he had so long ago, and Enko was almost startled at the changes she was noticing. When he finally came to a stop, he was panting, and she grinned slightly. So feel better now? Naruto turned eyes wide, and then he frowned. Go away, why? Enko asked, arching an eyebrow. I like watching exercises in futility. Enko, Naruto said warningly. That's my name, Enko said with a shrug. So do you feel better now, or what? It's none of your business, Naruto snapped. Hesi, this is the thing. I think you're wrapped up in your own little tragic play, like you're the only one that's got a reason to be prissy or angry. Naruto glared at her silently and then looked away, fists clenching and unclenching. I just figured that it wouldn't hurt so much if you were alone? That you wouldn't have to think about it if you trained until you passed out? Enko finished for him, crossing her own arms. That will never happen. But it hurts, Naruto said in a low voice, turning to look at her. Didn't they love me? Or want me? Maybe they didn't die, maybe they just abandoned me? If they died, why or how could they just leave me? I pretend it doesn't hurt, but it's like. Give me your arm, Enko said, abruptly pulling a kunai from inside her jacket. Seeing his hesitation, she fixed him with a glare. Come on, just give me the damn arm. Hesitating slightly because Enko plus kunai plus his arm, nothing good, he offered it up and then watched curiously as she grabbed his hand while shoving the sleeve up to expose his forearm. He opened his mouth to say something when she looked up at him in a way that made him pause in fascination. What I'm going to do will hurt like a motherfucker, Enko explained. You'll want to yank your arm away, and you will probably cry. But this helped me not too long ago. So just sit still, suck it up, and let's see how much of a Hokage you really are. Naruto blinked, then with a nod looked at his arm. He tensed when the cold tip touched his flesh, then winced as it slowly pierced his skin. He had to bite his lip, tried hard not to cry and to keep from looking away as the kunai slowly cut line after line into his arm. Enko was intent, and she moved with a careful precision that was both frightening and reassuring. It seemed to go on for hours, him trying hard not to cry and failing her, slicing his arm and not caring. Then finally she was finished. The metal was removed, and he pulled his arm in to cradle it against his jacket, ignoring the blood that was leaking all over him. Here, Enko said, and he looked up to see her offering a rag of some type. Grasping it, he pressed it against his arm and then looked up at her once more, watching as she produced a bottle of sake and watched him. You know, I screamed my head off when I did that. Might have been because I was doing it myself and had to keep stopping because of the pain. Naruto only stared and then in a sort of horrible fascination looked at his arm and the rag covering it. He had watched sure, but the pain had made him unable to figure out what she was carving into his flesh. Hesitantly, he moved the rag smearing the blood and studied what she had carved into his flesh. It took him a moment to fully register the familiarly stylized Konoha leaf symbol and another to wonder at how it seemed to be healing already. Looking up, he saw her shaking back one of her sleeves to reveal an arm sporting her own Konoha leaf. It makes no sense, does it? Why did I carve that into your arm? My arm? Anko said, fixing him with her stare while setting her sake down in front of him. It's a symbol like our forehead protectors. It reminds us of everything we've lost, everything we have, and our dreams. For us, this village is pretty much all we have. Never forget or let the bastards win. Never give up, Naruto said firmly. I'm going to be Hokage, I will never stop. I know, Anko said smirking. Now then. I think it's high time you got drunk. Huh? Naruto blinked. But I'm underage. That only matters if you're a villager, Anko countered, her smirk becoming sadistically evil. You're a ninja. But sake doesn't taste good, Naruto countered. Then do this, Anko said, picking the bottle up before she pinched her nose and tossed her head back, chugging for a moment, before handing it to him. Naruto blinked, sniffed the bottle, and then seeing her attention on him, he pinched his nose and tossed his head back, chugging as she had. He was surprised that it was going so fast that he couldn't even taste it, but he could definitely feel the warmth already. Finishing the bottle, he stared at her, his grin slightly lopsided. Anko chuckled and produced another bottle. Oi, where do you keep those? Oh, Anko said, uncorking it, a coy smile on her face, we girls have all sorts of hiding places. Naruto had the grace to blush, for once getting exactly what she meant. Yuhi Kurenai was fighting her nerves. After all, this would be her first team to enter the Chunin exams. True, they still had a week left, but she was still nervous. Her team was not exactly happy with her new training regimen either. Kiba had been skipping a lot and Sakura trained only because Sasuke deemed it worthwhile to show up. Sasuke was the only one that was willing to train, but then again he was an Uchiha and they were predisposed toward combat. Shaking it all off, Kurenai at least took comfort in the fact that she had managed to pry Naruto from Anko's sadistic and corrupting clutches. Hayate was a good man, upstanding and well-grounded, a very good ninja. Naruto would now at least have a chance at a normal, well, no genin was normal really, childhood. Still, it was the least she could do for her village and for an innocent child. Then all of her pride and righteous satisfaction was destroyed in one fell swoop as she entered the training area to find Anko passed out on the ground, with Naruto's head resting on her chest, amid countless empty sake bottles. Kiba was the first of her team to arrive for once, and he paused beside her, his tone odd as he took in the scene. I have never wanted to be Naruto so badly. He paused as Akamaru barked, then nodded slightly in agreement with the white small dog perched on his head. Then again. She. They. All this. Kurenai managed weakly, unable to believe what she was seeing. Sakura and Sasuke were the next to arrive, both freezing in their tracks. He's underage. And her skirt is too short. Sakura railed in a surprisingly accurate depiction of a younger Kurenai's likely reaction. Sasuke on the other hand took in the entire scene, then snorted. They deserve each other with that. Naruto promptly rolled over and buried his face into Anko's chest with a small snore, the empty sake bottle he had been holding falling to the ground. Oh, make why? 'Cause of Sasuke's line. I would love to see this in a comic format. Yuhi Kurenai was fighting her nerves. After all, this would be her first team to enter the Chunin exams. True, they still had a week left, but she was still nervous. Her team was not exactly happy with her new training regimen either. Kiba had been skipping a lot and Sakura trained only because Sasuke deemed it worthwhile to show up. Sasuke was the only one that was willing to train, but then again he was an Uchiha and they were predisposed towards combat. Shaking it all off, Kurenai at least took comfort in the fact that she had managed to pry Naruto from Enko's sadistic and corrupting clutches. Hayate was a good man, upstanding and well-grounded, a very good ninja. Naruto would now at least have a chance at a normal, well, no genin was normal really, childhood. Still, it was the least she could do for her village and for an innocent child. Then all of her pride and righteous satisfaction was destroyed in one fell swoop as she entered the training area to find Enko passed out on the ground, with Naruto's head resting on her chest, amid countless bottles of sake. Kiba was the first of her team to arrive for once, and he paused beside her, his tone odd as he took in the scene. I have never wanted to be Naruto so badly. He paused as Akamaru barked, then nodded slightly in agreement with the white small dog perched on his head. Then again. She. They. All this. Kurenai managed weakly, unable to believe what she was seeing. Sakura and Sasuke were the next to arrive, both freezing in their tracks. He's underage. And her skirt is too short. Sakura railed in a surprisingly accurate depiction of a younger Kurenai's likely reaction. Sasuke on the other hand took in the entire scene and then snorted. Damn it, where's my big-chested whore? Kurenai turned to stare at the black-haired prodigy, as did a horrified Sakura and an amused Kiba. They were promptly interrupted by Enko, who sat up, shoved Naruto off her chest, and glared at him. Well, if you want to see what me and Naruto did last night. Kurenai rounded on the other woman, immediately face pale. Enko. Have you no shame? It's not bad enough you corrupt your own students, you have to do that to mine? Sasuke-kun say no. Sakura added. Dude. You say no, and I will kick your ass. Kiba shouted along with a bark of agreement from Akamaru. Ome? Naruto managed, sitting up, clutching at his head furiously. Then looking around he stared at the four and snorted. Can you keep it down? Enko really wore me out last night. You didn't enjoy yourself? Enko pouted, slipping an arm around his shoulder. I didn't say that, Naruto defended with a grin. Sasuke, if you don't say yes to her offer, no one's gonna find the body. Kiba nearly shouted in hysterics. As if I would dirty myself with a woman like her, Sasuke managed disdainfully. Oh, wrong thing to say, Sasuke-kun, Naruto mockingly said with an unpleasant smirk. Now I'm definitely demonstrating. Enko shouted, jumping to her feet, a kunai in her hand. Enko. You cannot assault my students just because one of them insults you. Kurenai shouted, moving between her students and the older woman. Okay, you're my demonstration partner. Enko said, eyes glinting. Score. Kiba shouted as obviously icky thoughts raced through his head, causing his nose to spurt blood and his prompt loss of consciousness. What the hell is wrong with you people? Sakura shouted, hoping that nobody noticed her blush or could hear her inner Sakura cheering as she echoed Kiba's score and icky thoughts. Naruto Altered History Volume 3 Chaos. Chapter 14 Team Building. Enko Style. Slipping into the semi-dark building of Leaf Central, Enko grimaced at the knowledge of what such an early morning summons could mean. Walking past the empty desks and rooms, she made her way to the stairs that would eventually take her to the Hokage's office. Footsteps echoing eerily as she climbed, Enko almost felt as if she was entering Orochimaru's lair once more. She shivered at the memory. In all honesty, this was the last place she wanted to be, mainly because she could still see the disappointment that had been clearly etched in the Sandame's face upon her return from Fishimi. He hadn't shouted or ranted those she could have handled. Instead, he had spoken in an almost whisper, firm but soft. He was polite, but he hid none of his disappointment. He had somehow managed to make her feel guilty about her decision in taking Naruto. It made her feel as if this was less about her judgment and more about her betraying his trust. Enko hated that despite how she should feel after his recent decision, she felt guilty about betraying his trust. So she had thrown herself into training Naruto, pushing him to refine everything he had learned. Had worked him almost to the breaking point in an effort to ensure that the Hokage would see it. See how guilty she felt, how much she wanted to do exactly what he wanted. How much Anko actually cared about Naruto. When she cared about nothing else. Shaking it all off, she quietly exited the stairway and then unconsciously greeting the hidden Umbu strode down the hallway to the door that was looming larger and larger. Pausing, she took a moment to gather herself and then threw the door open, entering with her usual gusto. "Hey ya, old man, you wanted to see me?" Anko-san, the Hokage said, looking up from a scroll on his desk, his face neutral. "Good morning." "Morning," Anko returned, hiding her disappointment at his lack of usual warmth. Then she noticed Kakashi and Hayate and blinked in surprise. "Huh, what are you two doing here?" "Nothing important," Kakashi said, immediately hastily shoving his recently recovered book into his pocket. "Aha," Anko said, smirking slightly before looking at the sick-looking man seated before the Hokage's desk. She knew Hayate, they had worked together for a while, but he had never been one of her favorite people. Still, she had some respect for him, so instead of making a wisecrack about drugs, she arched an eyebrow, wondering silently at the pallor of his skin. Hayate in turn offered her a weak smile before coughing into a red-stained rag, which set off an alarm bell in her head. Anko-san, the Sandaime finally continued, his tone soft but firm. "The reason I asked you to come in is because Hayate-san needs to take several days off from active duty. This would leave his team without a sensei, and this close to the exams I couldn't assign another person." Anko resisted the urge to glance yet again at the sick man in question, already knowing the obvious from the few clues she had. There was no other explanation, and it was all because he had slipped up and allowed a spider to bite him and worsen his condition. "I see," Anko said, just as seriously, crossing her arms and lowering her chin. "What about the second exam? I know you wanted me to proctor it." Kakashi-san said that he would do that, the Sandaime said, lacing his fingers together while giving her a piercing look. "I need you to take responsibility for Team Hayate and Uzumaki Naruto, at least for the duration of this exam." Anko let out a small breath. Whether this was a chance from the heavens or merely a coincidence, it didn't matter. The Hokage was offering her a chance to regain his trust, and it was a chance to help Naruto prove himself to everyone. So of course she would accept this, but she also understood one other thing. There could not be Team Hayate and Naruto, there had to be one team. Just one. A single unit. "You won't have to do much, just make sure to enter them into the Chunin exam today, at noon. After that, just make sure they show up in 2 days and be there for the completion of the second exam." The Sandaime was saying, his voice never changing. "I'll do it," Anko said, evenly trying to figure out a way to forge the 3 genin into a true team within 3 days. However, to do that she needed to know the other 2 slightly better. No point in killing them if they had to be around to work with Naruto later. "That's it then, both of you are dismissed," Sandaime said politely, then added as Anko turned to head for the door. "Thank you, Anko." "Don't worry," Anko responded casually with a flick of her wrist. "For the chance to torture a princess, I'd do almost anything." Closing the door behind her, she was relieved to hear the amused chuckle from the Sandaime. Free of the office now and staring at an uncomfortable-looking Hayate, she turned back to the more immediate concern of forging a team out of those 3. "I need to know a few things." What exactly do you need to know?" Hayate asked, coughing into the rag yet again as he led the way back toward the stairs. "How big you are," Anko stayed sarcastically before snorting. "Your team, what else?" "I need to know something about them if I'm gonna be their sensei." "Why?" Hayate immediately asked, his tone guarded. "The truth?" Anko asked, shooting him an exasperated look. "You're dying. The Hokage knows, Kakashi knows. Probably everyone, Jonin or above. So obviously this isn't temporary, so I need to know what to do with those little shits, since I'm gonna be responsible now." Hayate paused, staring at her rather shrewdly before he coughed. "Aburame Shino is capable, he creates plans within plans, and he seems to have almost no emotions. He's brutal, efficient, and at times utterly frightening. He is, however, a bit too dependent on his bugs, even for his family." Anko managed, falling into step behind the man as they descended the stairs. "No personality, huh?" "None," Hayate said in agreement, before coughing once more. "Yamanaka Ino, on the other hand, she appears to be nothing but emotions." Competitive, temperamental, and comes across a complete ditz. Color me impressed. She also has more talent at kenjutsu than anyone I've ever known. Hayate explained in response, his tone almost proud. I trained her for the last 2 weeks in nothing but kenjutsu. Other people wouldn't have been able to pick it up. Ino grasped everything I taught her easily. Impressive, Anko drawled as they finally left the stairs and started for the front doors. Anything else? She has this odd tendency to notice things that others overlook. I think it comes from her use of the family jutsu, even if she doesn't use them that often. Well, sounds like the makings of a decent team. Anko said in amusement as they finally left the Hokage Tower and stepped out into the streets. Anko-senpai, Hayate said, coughing once more. What exactly are you thinking about doing to them? I'm going to forge them into the most dangerous team possible. Anko said blandly, raising an eyebrow. You only have 3 days, Hayate responded tiredly. How exactly are you going to manage that? Akagahara. Anko said simply, then seeing the surprise on his face cackled before walking off down the street. Yawning, Naruto's eyes fluttered open wearily, only to squint as the annoying buzzing of his alarm clock reached him. Sitting up, he yawned while knocking his sleeping cap off. Looking around blearily, he sighed, tossing his covers aside before climbing to his feet. As per his newfound habit, Anko insisted on it. He grabbed the few kunai near his bed and fired them off blindly at the targets she had affixed to his far wall. He missed each one. Naruto, however, didn't care. He was too busy lamenting his lack of sleep, which had been sadly short supply ever since returning from Fushimi. Apparently, Anko had decided for some unknown reason to revamp her already insane training practices. The only bright side was that she had adjusted the training time so that the sun was actually up when they started training. Stumbling his way through the untidy apartment, he managed to clear his room, the hallway, and enter the bathroom with little to no fuss. Shedding his sleep shirt and pants, he turned on the shower, which sputtered to life, and then climbed in. Swaying on his feet, he went through the motions of showering. This served to edge his mind toward consciousness, which sadly prompted his mind onto the same touchy subject he had been dealing with since the news of his bloodline. His family, the ones he pretended not to miss, the ones that he hated and wanted so badly. Were they ashamed of him or hate him, or was something just wrong with him? Why didn't they want him? They were questions that he had asked thousands of times, and he still had no answers. All he knew was that he felt hurt, betrayed, and angry, with nothing to rage against. Shaking it all off and finishing his shower, he tried to finish waking up, but failed for the most part. Searching absently for a towel, he frowned, dimly aware that he had none on hand, which meant he would just have to drip dry. Sourly, he stumbled out of the bathroom and out to the kitchen, where he gathered his customary breakfast of ramen and milk before plopping down on a chair. Eating in silence, he paused, suddenly looking around as if remembering something he had forgotten. It was important, but since he couldn't think of anything, he turned his attention back to his meal. A few minutes later, he paused yet again, looking around, sure that he was forgetting something important. Turning back to his meal, he lifted a warm noodle to his mouth and froze the noodles in his stomach, turning to lead. Anko had threatened him with Genjutsu training, or more accurately, she had threatened to cast a Genjutsu and fill his apartment with something unpleasant. Lowering his noodles, he looked up, blue eyes darting left and then right like a prey catching the scent of an approaching predator. Everything seemed normal, but Naruto was suddenly very uneasy about his nudity. Covering his crotch, he quickly stood and raced back into his bedroom to frantically cover himself, nearly hurting a very important part of his anatomy. Breathing easier, he walked back out into his apartment and found Anko sitting on his couch holding a handful of pictures in her hands. Naruto felt his neck hairs stand on end. Anko. Had you sensed me, huh? Anko said, absently grinning evilly at the pictures. Not quite a dispel, but that's still an improvement. Are those pictures? Well, of course you're quite photogenic, Naruto. Anko said, glancing at him, a suggestive grin on her lips as she stood. Naruto blinked his cheeks, coloring at the realization. Anyway, I figure this hammers home the point that if you can't dispel or detect Genjutsu, then you're at an attacker's mercy. Anko said, gesturing with the pictures, revealing for a moment a stark naked Naruto. I guess I should deliver these around the village, maybe that Sakura girl would like to see him. Or oh, how about Ino? Naruto paled and then narrowed his eyes. Oi. Give them to me. No, don't think so. Anko chirped happily. You want M, you'll have to come and take M. Fine. Naruto roared and darted forward, striking nothing but empty air as Anko dodged and moved toward the open balcony window. Naruto was hot on her heels. Ino was not an early riser, as a matter of fact she was more of a mid-afternoon riser, and any time she was forced out of her warm bed and out into the world at the crack of dawn made her irritable. Hayate had known this, but had not really cared too much, still he respected her enough to keep team training until later in the afternoon. For which Ino had kept from murdering him. Their new mysterious sensei, however, didn't seem to have any interest in living. Ino could still remember her mother's almost apologetic smile this morning, having roused her out of bed. Ino had been understandable irate about this. After all, she had only been home one day from her kenjutsu training. Yet her mom had explained that he knew sensei wanted her up and ready to go in the usual training area by sunrise. Muttering phrases that her mom conveniently chose to not hear, Ino had gotten ready, grabbed the ninja to Hayate had loaned her, and then stormed off. She encountered Shino shortly after this, and despite her anger and worry about Hayate, they had walked in companionable silence to the training area. Where they waited. They had both watched the sky brighten the sunrise and listened as both of their stomachs rumbled in hunger. Irritable Ino had preformed the kenjutsu form that Hayate had taught her while Shino began talking with his bugs. At almost noon, she had stopped and sat under a tree, arms crossed and glaring at the forest, determined to kill their sensei as soon as they arrived. I'm getting tired of this waiting, I'd like someone to tell us what the hell is going on. Ino finally snapped, frustrated beyond belief. I am sure the answer will come soon, Shino said in his persistently calm manner. Ino felt her eye twitch slightly, a sure sign of a building explosion. She mastered herself, however, it was almost pointless to berate the boy since he could say nothing else. Exasperated, she looked at the sky, catching the edge of the sun as it danced through the foliage. Something about that made her blink in realization and look around. Where was Naruto? He should have been there, after all he was part of their team, and Hayate had never mentioned that changing. Thinking about the other blonde, Ino wasn't sure whether to be relieved he wasn't around or worried. Ino-san, I have been meaning to discuss something with you. Snapping out of her thoughts, she focused on Shino, wondering what he was about to say. He seemed to be considering his next words, at least until the sound of a small explosion echoed through the air. Followed by a smug female voice. Come on, can't you move any faster? Bitch. Hold still. Another even louder male voice called back. Ino blinked and got to her feet, looking in the direction the voices had come from. While she couldn't be sure, Ino felt confident that the second one belonged to Naruto. This was proven a minute later as a woman dressed in almost nothing but fish netting and a trench coat leaped into the training area. Followed shortly after Naruto, who had a kunai in hand and murder in his eyes. The blonde in question rebounded from his heavy landing and pushed off extremely quickly while thrusting his kunai for the now grinning woman's face. Ino blinked, shocked, and it was over just like that. Suddenly Naruto was on the ground, the woman's foot stomping into his chest while she crossed her arms. PFFH, you must be getting tired, you brat. Normally, I'd have to kill 4 or 5 clones before this. You stupid psychotic bitch. Naruto said, choking off as the foot stomped on his chest yet again. Hey. Ino said, startled, reaching for her ninjutsu. The woman turned her attention to the girl and Ino started to unsheath her sword, only she froze halfway through for no apparent reason. The woman in question, however, grinned brighter than ever, which somehow made her even more scary. Careful, princess, you could hurt yourself with that. Ino tried to say something but found her mouth clamped shut without any apparent means, which frightened her. Relax, that's just a paralyzing jutsu, it'll wear off in a few minutes. The woman explained, stepping off of Naruto to stretch. I take it you're the Yamanaka girl. Which means? At this, the woman turned her attention to a still calm Shino. That little bugger is Aburame Shino. Oi! What the hell is wrong with you? Naruto shouted, hopping to his feet, his face angry. The woman absently smacked him upside his head, her grin never fading as she looked back at Ino. In case you're wondering, I'm Mitarashi Anko, your new sensei. Ino couldn't help but make an incredulous noise at that announcement, which seemed to irritate Anko, who threw a kunai which seemed to come from nowhere within inches of Ino's ear. I have a low tolerance to bullshit and I have no problem killing either of you. I told you she was a psycho. Naruto mumbled, crossing his arms and glaring at Anko. The room was simple, a stone floor with various items leaning against the walls and white tapestries hanging down at intervals. A red carpet tripped in white ran the full length of the floor from the entrance to the raised section where a high-backed seat and curved desk rested. It was simple, and yet at the same time it was intimidating. It was a formal meeting hall, used only on the rare occasion of a truly important event. The naming of a Hokage, a private marriage between two high-ranking ninja peace treaties, declarations of war. The Sandame, who was sitting behind the desk smoking his pipe while pretending to be the iron foundation that the village needed, had used this hall for all of those things. He had named the Yondaime Hokage. Here, he had seen the marriage of several powerful ninja, signed several peace treaties and declarations of wars. So much time, he mused, before shaking all of that off and focusing on the selected ninja before him. These 20 were the chosen senseis of the current group of rookie genin. Each were serious except for one, who was busy eating dango and trying to flirt with the Umbu commander. The Sandame felt a twinge of various emotions seeing her, but kept those carefully in check. It should be obvious why you've all be assembled, the Hokage finally said, staring out at them closely, his memory flashing back to when most of them were genin themselves. Taking a puff, he blew a smoke ring, dispelling the memories. Of course, Hokage-sama. Kurenai said respectfully, almost brimming with energy and pride. The Sandame offered her an indulgent smile, knowing that she was anxious to prove her worth as a sensei. So which of the newly graduated genin are ready? He was sorely disappointed when only 2 people stepped forward, one an attractive female with the red eyes, the other wearing a brown trench coat and eating dango. Well? Kurenai, Anko. Are there any genin that you'd recommend? Studying them, the old man took a puff on his pipe before sighing. Please remember that it's recommended that they have at least 8 missions. Hokage-sama. One question. Kurenai said respectfully, keeping from glancing at the woman beside her. Mitarashi Anko is only the sensei for Uzumaki Naruto, who I doubt could handle this exam. Excuse me? Anko interrupted, staring at Kurenai. You don't think Naruto couldn't handle this stupid test? Oh, that's right. I can see how someone with your record might find it difficult. Yuhi, Kohai. What was that? Kurenai said slowly, a killer intent beginning to radiate off her. Nothing, Anko smirked, raising an eyebrow. Just pointing that for someone that suffered setbacks, the Chunin exams could be viewed as dangerous. Are you trying to pick a fight? Kurenai snapped, glaring at the older woman. Anko, however, looked away, addressing the Hokage. My soldier has completed a B-ranked and an A-ranked mission. Team Hay-8 has managed at least one successful B-rank mission. Shooting Kurenai a look, she snorted. These are 3 genin that have been trained by a former Umbu captain as well as a special jonin and not some wannabe jonin. My team has handled an A-ranked mission and several C-ranked missions. Kurenai shouted before stepping up to point at Anko. Hokage-sama, if you let this woman's soldier and that team compete, then what message are you sending? Besides, don't you think she might be just trying to remove them? We all remember her genin test and who her sense enough. The Hokage suddenly said, his tone radiating authority. You are both grown women and jonin. Any problems that you two have should not interfere or cloud your judgment. Am I clear? As crystal. Anko said, her eyes almost narrowing. When Kurenai nodded, albeit reluctantly, the Sandame took a puff on his pipe, attempting to ease his heart back to normal. He sensed Kakashi's focus shifting to him, and he made it a point of pretending to be fine. Starting with Kurenai-san then. The woman in question lifted her fingers into the proper position and almost spat out the names hatefully while glaring at Anko, who was happily munching her dango once more. The Kurenai lead Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Inazuka Kiba, and Haruno Sakura. Under the name of Yuhi Kurenai, I nominate them to take the Chunin selection exam. Anko-san? Yeah. Anko Team 9, formerly High-8s. Naruto Ino-shino. They can all take the exam. Anko said, waving a hand before putting her dango up and stretching. Are we done now? I think this should be done properly, the Sandame said, locking his eyes with Anko. The woman stared back, her face carefree as always, but he saw her uneasiness. Then smiling sweetly, she put her hand into the proper position. Sure, whatever. The Anko-led formerly Hei-8 led Team 9, Uzumaki Naruto Aburame Shino and Yamanaka Ino. Under the name Mitarashi Anko, the same as Tamai. Right. Nodding, the Hokage looked at the other, gathered Jonin's tone serious. Anyone else? No? Very well. We are done for now. Dismissed. They all did just that, with Anko trailing behind, but eventually they were alone and the Sandame felt himself slump into his seat slightly. Kakashi was there almost instantly, placing a cup on the desk before him. Hokage-sama, you can't keep this up much longer. Chuckling, the Hokage sipped at the herbal drink, appreciating the medicine as always. Setting it down, he looked up at the masked man, radiating confidence that only he could manage. Ah, Kakashi-kun, I will be fine. Do we have any word on Jiraiya? Well, we've whispered in the right places that it's urgent that you see him. About the Yandame's legacy, Kakashi said, shaking his head. As for word, nothing yet. But knowing him, he'll probably just turn up. Yes, he was always surprising, the Sandame agreed before sighing heavily. As if by unspoken command, the Umbu commander left and the Sandame closed his eyes, wondering just how much longer he could keep going. The only answer he could find was long enough. Geez, why do you think she kidnapped this Konohamaru kid? Ino muttered as they moved among the trees. Oi, 'cause like she said she was drunk. Naruto responded irritably, keeping pace beside her. Shino fought the grimace as he sensed yet another argument building between the two. His head was already throbbing from the migraine he was developing from their arguments, which were getting worse every time. If Ino suggested one place, Naruto would argue and had to be dragged kicking to check it out. If Naruto suggested something, Ino would do the exact same thing. It was like the last mission they had been on together, only worse. No, I mean, why? Ino said in annoyance. He's the Hokage's grandson, only an insane person would actually kidnap him 'cause they were drunk. At what point did she seem sane to you? Naruto muttered. She was just trying to scare us, Ino snapped. Shino almost but not quite whimpered as his headache increased in strength. At least, however, they sounded more like a married couple now than the cats and dogs from earlier. We cannot risk it, Ino-san. My family says that she came by here not too long ago. Oi, I still don't get how you can tell that sort of thing. Naruto said, sounding thoroughly confused. My bugs sustain themselves on chakra, Shino explained, glancing at the blonde behind him. Thus they can distinguish between people's chakra. Since she did use chakra, my bugs were exposed to it and they learned that scent. Naruto said slowly, clearly not understanding. So they're following Anko's chakra? Correct, Shino said, looking forward once more. However, the scent is becoming weaker due to how much time has passed since she traveled this way. Then why are we going so slow? Naruto said in frustration, darting forward. Hey! Naruto, get your ass back here! Ino shouted angrily. Let him go, Shino said calmly, resigned to the fact that they would never be a true team. According to my family, he's going in the correct direction. That blonde jackass, Ino grumbled in response. 10 minutes later, they reached the edge of the forest they had been traveling through, revealing Naruto, who was glaring at Anko, who was munching dangos happily. Landing adroitly, followed by Ino, Shino also noted a bound and unconscious child at her feet being used as a footstool. Turning away from that, he glanced at the barbed wire fence behind the woman. It seemed rather ominous actually. Why was there a fence here separating two sections of forest? About time, Anko said, finishing off her dango. Yeesh, thought you'd get here couple hours ago. Yeah, Naruto said in response. Oi, so what now? Anko flashed them a smile before climbing ot her feet while holding a length of rope which was attached to the bundle at her feet. Well, I am taking this run home, then getting some sake. You guys are going in there to find your applications for the Chunin exam in 3 days. Really? Naruto said excitedly. Ino made an uneasy noise while Shino arched an eyebrow, which was more due to the way Naruto shifted from petulant to excited. Only early he had been lamenting and berating Anko, and now he looked as if he was about to hug the woman. It was an odd dynamic that worried him for some reason. Yeah, like hey, thought you're ready. Anko said as if in exasperation. All you have to do now is decide to take the exam or not. If you do, fill the applications out and hand them in at room 301 at 4 p.m. day after tomorrow. Yes. One step closer to Hokage. So like where exactly did you put them? Ino asked, sounding annoyed and not bothering to hide it. You'll have to work that out for yourselves, Anko said, simply shooting her a sharp look. So you guys have a good day. Turning, the woman started to walk away, dragging a squirming Konohamaru behind her before she paused and looked back over his shoulder at Ino. Oh, and princess, try not to get yourself killed. Shino winced watching the woman casually continue on her way, leaving a now fuming Ino behind. Ino felt a hint of anxiety forming in her chest, staring at that fence topped with barbed wire and beyond that to the forbidding trees. Maybe she was merely projecting her own feelings, but it definitely felt malevolent. Shifting her attention to Naruto, she was relieved to see what appeared to be uncertainty on his face. So like, what you do think? Ino finally asked, glancing at Shino and then back to the forest. It would appear we have no choice, Shino said calmly. Oi, it's just some scary woods, Naruto said boisterously, moving toward the fence slightly. Idiot, look at those signs, Ino snapped, gesturing at the battered and weather-worn signs before them. This place is dangerous. Bah, it's just a mind game. Naruto said in dismissal, jumping to the top of the fence, careful to not touch the barbed wire. Ino shot Shino an exasperated look, only to sigh as Shino followed the blonde's lead. Shaking her head, knowing this would not lead to anything worthwhile, followed both boys. Landing carefully, performing a balancing act to keep from getting her feet sliced up from the barbed wire. Annoyed, she shifted her attention away from the immediate area to a splotch of red and an outcropping of some sort. Why, doesn't look so bad, Naruto said, nodding in her peripheral vision. I don't think, Ino started to say, only to blink in surprise as he jumped off the fence and fell through a hidden pit. Naruto. Jumping down alongside Shino, they both peered into the hole to find Naruto spread eagle, holding himself a hair's breadth over several sharpened bamboo poles. Kami. Ino said, kneeling beside the hole. Are you okay, Naruto? Gee, let me think, Naruto shouted back sarcastically. I'm in a hole with sharp pointy objects pointed at me. Yeah, I'm just great, Ino. Well, I was just asking. Ino shouted back before looking at Shino. So, how should we get him out? Shino, however, was denied his chance to respond when Naruto suddenly exploded from the pit and landed in a crouch. Oi, when I get my hands on that psychotic bitch, I'm going to shove those damn dango sticks up her ass. Ino blinked, staring at him in surprise. The way he talked about so casually assaulting his own sensei frightened her. Then again, the way Anko had treated him, she could understand it, but still disturbing. Shaking it off, she turned her mind back to the more serious problem. So like, where do you think she put those applications? Most likely in the center, Shino answered stoically as ever. If we go there, we may find what we are looking for. So we just go in a straight line. Naruto said decisively, climbing to his feet while stretching. Weren't you paying attention? Ino suddenly demanded, infuriated by what he was saying. I doubt that we can just like walk through this. This place is dangerous, we could get ourselves killed. Wait, we gotta get those applications. Naruto retorted, rounding on her. Going straight is the best answer. That ranks right up there with counting to 3 as a plan. Ino snapped in frustration. Do you have a better idea? Ino narrowed her gaze on him but remained silent. Aha. So we go straight. Naruto exclaimed, setting off fearlessly. He does have a point, Shino said calmly as well. The quickest path is a straight line. I'm sure, Ino said, climbing to her feet to trudge after Shino and Naruto. Not that she didn't trust the blonde somewhat, but there was no telling what that crazy woman had done. Hell, from the way Anko had treated them so far, Ino wouldn't have been surprised if she was seriously trying to kill them. Fuming and worrying over the various problems they were now facing, Ino almost didn't feel it, the brush of strong yet giving thread. Yet she did feel it, and she froze, her memory replaying a moment not so long ago when she had snapped something similar. Then she heard it, the vague sound of another set of wires being snapped. Looking up, she found Naruto frozen, as well, the obvious source of the now compounded blunder. Her first instinct was to shout at him, but her second instinct, which came from the fact that she could already hear the rushing weapons, was to move. Then she was left in stunned amazement as Naruto shoved Shino behind him, apparently squaring up to the incoming hail of weapons. Futon de Tapa. There was a soft roar, which quickly grew in strength until suddenly everything in Naruto's path bent and swayed as if hit by a wind from a tornado. Branches snapped off, there was the deep crack of trees that would not bend, and most notable was the hail of kunai, which twisted and turned away to embedded themselves in all sorts of locations. The mysterious storm persisted for another minute and then quickly died, the accompanying noise dying to a soft murmur. Relaxing her muscles for the moment, Ino sighed in relief, then glared at Naruto. Let's go straight, you said, or you're the one that set off that first trap. Naruto snapped, rounding on her. Only 'cause I was distracted thinking about your sensei. Ino shouted angrily. Whose fault is that? Yours. Oh yeah? Yeah. Fine. If you don't want me here, I'm leaving. Naruto shouted and then, turning, stormed off. Fine, go. Ino shouted, waving her hands after him before turning to storm off in the opposite direction. That stupid, Naruto grumbled, leaping from branch to branch, trying desperately to find a suitable what Ino exactly was. All he really knew was that she was stupid and got his last nerve. Angry and fuming, he began to grin manically, picturing Ino suffering some of the tortures that Anko had first threatened him with. Would serve her right, Naruto agreed, nodding smugly. Hearing the sound of yet another tripwire being snapped, he dodged the incoming hail by instinct, then hearing the hiss of an exploding note, scrambled onward, snapping another 2 wires, and hastily dodged the hail from the weapons. Damn it! Landing heavily with a stumble, he looked behind him at the ruined path, scratching at the back of his head. Maybe this place is a little dangerous. Naruto nodded, then snorted, turning to walk on still, not any reason to be afraid though. Smug that he wouldn't fall for any more traps, he boldly began to whistle. At least until the world flashed and turned upside down. Wah! Naruto managed as he suddenly found himself frantically clawing at the ground to keep from falling with his hair on end while weapons fell into the sky. He thought briefly of clutching at the escaping weapons, but didn't dare for fear of falling. Below him the darkening sky stretched onwards, and he knew that if he tried to move he would fall away from the earth, completely. He could already feel a headache forming from all of the blood rushing to his head, which even Naruto knew was not a good thing. Frantic now, he began trying to focus on anything that would allow him to handle this situation. Sadly, though not surprisingly, Anko had never prepared him for this situation. Okay, he said through a forced calm while keeping his eyes squeezed shut, I'm upside down. So obviously this is like tree walking. Nodding, he molded the chakra to his feet and carefully climbed back to his feet, relieved to find that it was working. Opening his eyes, tentatively, he looked at his feet glued to the earth and then let out a breath even as his ears began to pound from the blooding racing to his head. So now. The blonde paused and considered, feeling odd, as if something about this situation was even more off than the sheer face that up was down and down was up. Where had he felt this before? Then slowly, through the headache of having his blood rush to his head, he realized this was what it had felt like when Anko had put him in a genjutsu that morning. Which, well, it didn't help him any really. After all, he couldn't dispel them, so it didn't do him too good to know it was a genjutsu. Maybe storming off on his own hadn't been such a good idea after all. Not that it was doing him much good to just stand there and think about that sort of thing, but it was getting difficult to think with the blood rushing to his head. Okay. So, I'm supposed to try and stop my chakra and disrupt it. Only I'm not sure how to do that. Thinking he could see no way out of this. Damn it, if he could just disrupt his chakra. Well, maybe if someone else was around they could do it for him, but there wasn't anybody around. Then realization hit him as Geor-sama. They were people sorta, and they could use chakra. If he made one and had it. Mold its chakra into his? Would that work? Well, he wouldn't know until he tried molding his chakra. He concentrated producing one which promptly scrambled to hold on to the earth. Oi, it's just an illusion. Now stand up and try to mold your chakra into me? The clone blinked, then asked, which sadly didn't seem to work. Then in another flash, the world was right side up and vertigo seized the blonde and he toppled to his hands and knees, taking several deep breaths. Recovered, he shakily climbed back to his feet and looked around for the source of the genjutsu. Spotting the seal, he cursed, nearly slapping his forehead at the obviousness of it. He did take some pride in the fact that he had figured out how to handle genjutsu, but still he wouldn't have fallen for it in the first place if Shino or Ino had been around. Frowning, he looked at his idle clone as if holding a private debate, which in a way he was. The simple fact was that he needed his team. If he wasn't careful, we would end up dead, and they were probably already facing that situation. Oi, you go on ahead and set off traps and etc., so I have some idea of what to expect, Naruto finally said, turning as he clone took off. Grumbling, the real Naruto set off once more at a brisk pace, retracing his steps, hoping that he could come across his team. Well, probably be best to create more clones and have them help, which of course is what he did. When he did find them 10 minutes later, he found them struggling against a group of puppets. Shino was performing admirable, his bugs clogging the joints and rendering them unmoving, while Ino's sword was dancing around her, literally deflecting anything the puppets shot at her before cutting them down. It actually appeared that they didn't need him, which troubled Naruto. Just what did that say about him if the two that were supposed to be weaker than him were doing better than he was? Then he saw two traps springing at the same time and he acted without thinking. 2 Kage Bunshin popped into existence, each performing a kawarimi with a startled Ino and Shino, which allowed 2 massive logs to complete their swings safely. Then on the heels of this, Naruto concentrated once more and pulled off yet another futon de tapa, scattering the remaining attack puppets into the forest and nearly knocking both of his teammates over in the process. Finished and grinning, Naruto broke cover and landed between the two. Hi. Looked like you guys needed some help. Looked like? Ino repeated dryly, putting her sword up, fixing him with an intense glare. We were nearly killed. You had to go storming off in a huff, leaving us alone in a forest with so many damn traps that it's a wonder we're still alive. Oi, I just saved your asses, and now you're gonna blame me? Naruto shouted back, eye twitching. Might I suggest that instead of arguing we attempt to figure out what exactly we should do now? Shino said softly, moving between them to act as a mediator. Fine, Ino sniffed, crossing her arms. Whatever, Naruto nodded, kicking at the ground in annoyance, willing to back off for the moment. Ino still annoyed the hell out of him though, and he was seriously considering shaving her head. It does appear that we are out of our element, Shino continued stoically as ever. Perhaps we should withdraw and see if we can not speak with someone about this. You want to give up? Naruto said, blankly staring at the boy, and then glanced at a startled but relieved-looking Ino. It is the only logical choice, Shino said with a small shrug. We cannot function properly in this environment, thus the wisest course is to seek help and try again later. Like, yet, Ino said, almost uncertain. Besides, why should we have to trek through this insane forest to get those stupid applications? I mean, I know I can handle myself a bit better, but I don't think we're ready for this exam. Naruto blinked, looking between them, his stomach churning at what he was hearing. They wanted to give up and run away? How could they know? Why would they? Frowning, he absently clenched his fist, his thoughts on everything he had heard and felt in those few minutes, focusing into one thought, not giving up. I can't believe. You seriously want to go back and give up? Well, screw that. Lifting his head, he met both of their gazes, his voice strained with anger and determination. I'm tired of people telling me what I can't do. That I can't be a ninja. That I can't reach my dreams. I'm going to get to that damn application, I'm gonna sign it, and I'm going to present it. And then I'm going to keep kicking asses until that old man has to make me Hokage. Like, you seriously believe you can do that? No, I know we can. Naruto said fiercely. If we can stop fighting each other and work together, we can kick this forest's ass. Maybe, Shino aloud. Wait, we're a team, there is no maybe about it. Naruto said, glaring at the boy. So are we going to get those applications or not? Damn it, Ino muttered, sounding almost happy. Let's go. When the idiot's right, he's right. Hey! Naruto shouted, fighting his urge to stick his tongue out at her when he noticed what appeared to be a teasing smile. Instead, he looked at Shino, asking without saying a word if he was with them or not. The bud user nodded slightly, hands in his pockets. If we are going to be properly rested tomorrow, we need to move now. Right. Naruto said excitedly, before scratching the back of his head. So, triangle formation? It seems a good idea. Who should be point? Naruto blinked, his mind finally catching up with what was going on. I guess. You? 'Cause you'd notice the traps first? Or at least before Blondie over there. What was that? Ino shot back, before flipping her hair back over her shoulder. You're a blonde too, Wait, but I'm a guy blonde, Naruto shot back cheekily as they took off. Means I'm 1% smarter than girl blondes. Does not. Does so. Take it back, or so help me, I'm going to see that proves it. You can't even think of a good threat. Naruto cut her off, laughing. Ugh. Anko was drunk. Not fall down drunk and not slightly buzzed, but almost a happy medium. There was a drunken sway to her walk, a slurring of her speech, almost a sense of detachment from the world. She was no less deadly, of course, but still she was drunk and her reaction time was somewhat off kilter. Nobody, however, could say she was a quiet drunk. Singing, shouting, torturing Kakashi, who had unwisely agreed to a date for his book, it had all been an event of the night. Now, of course, back in her apartment, settling in for her third night of blissful sleep, she had set about devouring her entire stock of dango. Therein was her first mistake. For of course she was by far too idealistic to believe that in the nearly 12 hours that she had been out, Naruto and his team would not have returned to the village. Or more to the point, that Naruto, the #1 prankster in Konoha, would not get revenge for tossing them into Akagahara. It was not until her stomach gave an ominous rumbling after 3 hours of devouring dango that she realized that something could be wrong. Abandoning her meal and climbing to her feet, she felt a sharp pain and paused, her suspicious nature coming to the forefront. Swaying her way through the living room and into the kitchen, she swept her gaze around the counters and the off-white refrigerator. Flipping a light on, she stumbled into the kitchen, giving it all a much closer inspection. Nothing seemed out of place, nor did the dango appear tampered with. Yet somehow she knew that something had been done, something that was about to have very disastrous results. For her stomach suddenly felt like lead. Exerting her will over her now nearly traitorous stomach, Anko settled her gaze on her trash can. Walking over, a hand resting on her stomach with sweat standing out on her skin, she lifted the lid. There, on the very top of the trash, was a box, an over-the-counter box of medicine. Picking the box up, she began to read, slowly working out the words. Konoha's #1. Extra strength. Chocolate. Laxative. Anko paused, frowning as the last word took a moment to register. Then, as the words reached her, she felt a sharp pain shoot through her, and she dropped the box, and eyes wide, the drunk Jonin spun and made a mad dash for the bathroom. After nearly tearing the bathroom door off the hinges, and then slamming the bathroom door shut, it was at this point that Anko decided she would have to kill. No, use a spoon to cut the heart out of Naruto. Why? Because she discovered belatedly her second mistake, she had not checked the toilet seat for plastic wrap.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.